Chapter 1. The early spring brought with it a fresh, invigorating wind that swept through the training ground where the novices were practicing the art of combat. Among them was Richard, a tall and sturdy young man with long chestnut hair, beginning his path as a warrior. His armor was simple and slightly worn, and his sword was already dulled from countless training sessions. Their instructor, Sir Hawkmoose, was strict with him, constantly pointing out his mistakes. His loud voice echoed across the field, drowning out the sounds of steel and shouts. "Hands higher, Richard! You're too slow!" he roared, watching every move of his protégé. But Richard was confident. He had already defeated 5 fighters before this, and this sparring session was not going to be an exception. His opponent, young and inexperienced, looked at him with anxiety, understanding that he was facing a skilled warrior. When the fight began, Richard immediately went on the offensive. He made a quick lunge, forcing his opponent to retreat. His sword moved smoothly and accurately, as if it were an extension of his thoughts. With each strike, he demonstrated his confidence and skill. The opponent tried to deliver a series of quick blows, but Richard easily dodged them, his movements as graceful as those of a dancer. He stepped to the left, then suddenly stepped forward, using the element of surprise. His sword came down on the opponent's defense with such force that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The instructor fell silent for a moment, observing the scene. Richard stopped, holding his blade to the throat of the fallen opponent. His face remained impassive, but a spark of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He lowered his sword and extended a hand to help the young warrior up. Then Richard removed his helmet and smiled contentedly, catching envious glances from those around him. However, his triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, he received a blow to the head from the instructor's stick, displeased with his smug expression. Pain and humiliation flared in Richard's eyes, and he glared at the instructor, cursing silently. "Don't think you've already become a master," the instructor barked, looking at him with a stern expression. "You're just a novice. Remember that." Richard, seething with indignation, headed to the tent to change and remove his armor. On the way, he noticed a group of people intently watching the training. His chest tightened. These people had clearly come to recruit novices for some mission or task. Men in expensive cloaks and with important faces exchanged quiet comments, evaluating each of the young warriors. Richard knew this was his chance. They had recently been observing his fights as well. He hurried to change and headed to work. During the day, he worked in the forge, and in the evenings he came to the training ground. Here, instructors offered free fencing lessons. The kingdom of Ardentia always lacked skilled warriors, so the king took this step, training commoners who wanted to become knights. This was Richard's dream, especially since he wanted to become a guardian of the dawn. A special caste of knights serving the Order of the Light Flame, the kingdom's main religious organization devoted to the God of Light. Therefore, he dedicated all his free time to training. Working in the forge also hardened him. Being an orphan, he was taken in as a child by a blacksmith who made him his apprentice. The old man grumbled about Richard's hobbies, but the young man never gave up. Leaving the training ground, he headed to the forge, passing through the city's poor districts. Narrow, winding alleys were lined with crooked houses with sagging roofs and cracked walls. Along the roads stood stalls where traders offered their meager goods: fish, vegetables, old clothes. The smell of decay and smoke mixed with the aromas of food cooking on open fires. Dirty children played in the dust, chasing rags with sticks. Their faces were covered in soot and grime, but their eyes sparkled with lively interest in the world around them. Women, bent over, washed clothes in murky waters of ditches, whispering about the latest news and gossip. Men, tired and worn out from work, trudged along with heavy bags on their shoulders. Richard passed one of them, catching his sullen gaze. Finally, he approached the forge. Behind the blackened facade covered in a thick layer of soot stood his mentor, Randolph. He looked at him, nodding grimly, but there was a spark of pride in his eyes. Despite his grumbling, the old man respected Richard's determination and saw potential in him. Richard quickly donned a leather apron and was about to start working, but the old man interrupted him. "A new order came in yesterday," the old man said. "They say that marsh creatures have multiplied in the swamps outside the city, so the local constable has ordered a squad to be assembled to clear the area. They need swords." Richard nodded and continued his work. In the forge, it was customary to speak little. Once given a task, they would immediately get to work. After a couple of hours, someone burst into the forge. It was Richard's friend Olaf, the grocer's son, with whom he sparred in the evenings, and had become somewhat close. He was excited, his eyes wide, and words spilling out of his mouth with foam. "Richard, they sent me to tell you the amazing news. You've been accepted into the Order of the Light." Hearing this news, Richard joyfully set aside his tools. Throwing off his apron, he dashed outside. The Order of the Light was the lowest rank of knights who served the Church of Light. This was his chance to fulfill his dream. He ran through the narrow streets of the poor district, his heart pounding with excitement. He leaped over puddles, dodged passers-by, ignoring their surprised glances. The sun was setting, and long shadows stretched across the ground as he finally reached the training ground. There, Sir Hawkmoose met him, smirking at the joyful young man. "Run to the neighboring building," he ordered shortly, gesturing towards a large stone structure at the edge of the field. Richard wasted no time and ran in the indicated direction. His feet pounded on the cobblestone path, and his breath came in frequent, hot bursts. Approaching the entrance, he noticed a staircase leading up and quickly began climbing the steps, filled with the smell of old stone and dampness. At the top of the stairs stood 2 guards. They were members of the Order of the Light. Each was clad in full armor of gleaming steel with the emblem of the Order on their chests, a shining flame surrounded by rays. Their faces were hidden by helmets with visors, leaving only their eyes visible. When he approached them, he introduced himself, slightly out of breath. "Richard, reporting as ordered." The guards nodded, and one of them opened the heavy wooden door. Richard stepped inside, finding himself in a spacious room. The room was modestly yet majestically furnished. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting epic battles and legendary heroes. In the center stood a large wooden table covered with maps and scrolls. Several massive chairs were arranged around the table, and in the corner of the room, a fireplace burned, giving the room a cozy warmth. On either side were shelves with books and weapons, neatly arranged and gleaming with cleanliness. In the room, Richard saw 3 people dressed in the robes of the Order of the Light Flame. The first was an old man with long white hair falling over his shoulders and a beard that reached his chest. His eyes, deep and wise, sparkled with a benevolent glow. He was dressed in a white tunic adorned with golden patterns symbolizing flames. At his belt hung a dagger with a carved handle, and on his finger was a ring with the seal of the Order. The second was a young man about 20 years old. His short black hair was neatly trimmed, and despite his youth, his face expressed arrogance and self-confidence. He wore the armor of the initiated and carried a sword at his belt that looked new, but already bore the marks of numerous training sessions. The third was a middle-aged man, about 40. His face was covered in scars, and his dark hair was slightly graying at the temples. His gray eyes were piercing and harsh, as if he sought flaws in everyone who came into his field of vision. He wore the magnificent white armor of the Guardians of the Dawn, the highest title of the Knights of Light. Richard entered and bowed, feeling awe in the presence of such high-ranking figures. The old man was the first to address him. "Richard Fitz, we have studied the candidates among the local warriors and chose you for your skill. We have also reviewed your background and decided to accept you into the Order of the Light." Having said this, the old man fell silent, and the middle-aged man began to speak. "If you agree, you must take the oath. Repeat after me. I, Richard Fitz, solemnly swear to serve the Order of the Light Flame faithfully and truthfully. I vow to protect the innocent, fight against evil, and uphold the laws and traditions of the Order. May my sword always be aimed at protecting the weak, and my heart burn with a pure flame. I dedicate my life to serving and protecting the God of Light." Repeating the oath, Richard was overjoyed. He had always dreamed of becoming a knight. Once in his childhood, his village was raided and burned by bandits, and he was saved by a guardian of the dawn. It seemed to him at the time that an angel had stepped onto the earth, and he vowed to himself that one day he would join this organization, which held the highest reputation among the people. Soon the old man spoke again. "My name is Master Irwin. I head the right wing of the Order. This is Sir Goodwin. He leads the Knights of my wing. The young man is Sir Iron, head of the initiated. He will bring you up to speed. We are glad you have joined us. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Richard looked at them and could tell by the face of the head knight that he was not too pleased with his arrival. But the main thing was that he was accepted. Master Irwin and Sir Goodwin left, leaving Richard alone with Iron. Iron, after giving him an appraising look, said, "You have a good command of the sword and potential. I was the one who recommended you be taken. But ahead of you lie even greater challenges, so be prepared." Richard thanked him, and the knight told him to follow him. They left the room and headed toward the exit of the building. The road led them through busy streets that gradually became more well-kept and majestic. Gradually, the noise and bustle of the poor quarters were replaced by the calmer and more noble atmosphere of the central streets. The Cathedral of Light stood on the outskirts of the city, right on a cliff that served as a natural defense against attack. Its tall spires, reaching for the sky, were visible from afar, and the stone walls were adorned with stained glass windows depicting saints and legendary heroes. The cathedral was the heart of religious life in Ardentia, and next to it were buildings belonging to the Order of the Light Flame. As they approached the barracks, Richard could not contain his admiration. The high walls, hiding the inner courtyards where the knights trained, inspired respect and awe. The windows were adorned with stained glass, through which soft light penetrated the rooms, creating an atmosphere of calm and nobility. Many monks and knights roamed around, going about their business or chatting. Sir Iron stopped in front of the large oak doors and, turning to Richard, noticed his reaction. "Impressive, isn't it? From now on, you are part of the knights who serve the God of Light, and you must not disgrace his honor," he said, eyeing Richard's blacksmith garb. Richard felt uncomfortable, also noticing the disdainful glances from the knights and monks passing by. "When you arrive at your quarters, be sure to change clothes," the knight ordered. He led Richard through the corridors of the barracks, explaining where the main rooms were located. they passed by a training ground where the knights were practicing fencing and archery. Then Iron showed him the dining hall where the knights took their meals. Large oak tables were set with simple but hearty dishes, and the walls were decorated with tapestries depicting the exploits of past heroes of the order. In the corner stood a massive fireplace, in which a bright fire burned, creating coziness and warmth. Finally, Iron brought Richard to his quarters. It was a small but cozy room with a single bed, a wooden table and a chair. A shelf with books and space for personal belongings hung on the wall. The window overlooked the inner courtyard where one could rest and read in the shade of the trees. "This will be your room?" Iron said, opening the door. "Here you will live and prepare for your new duties. You can go home and collect your things for now. You have until tomorrow morning." Richard looked around the room, feeling his heart fill with joy and pride. He thanked Iron, changed into new clothes, and hurried out of the barracks to return home. His path again lay through the city, but now each step felt light and quick, as his soul was lit by the light of a new life. Richard returned to the forge and saw old Randolph, who was sitting at the table, chewing dried meat and washing it down with cheap ale. The dim light from the oil lamp cast soft shadows on his face, lined with wrinkles and hardened by years of hard work. Randolph looked tired, but there was a spark of satisfaction in his eyes from the work well done. Richard fell to his knees before the table, feeling tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. "Thank you, Master Randolph," he said with a tremor in his voice. "Thank you for raising me, for giving me the chance to become who I am now." The old man's face did not change. He calmly continued chewing, as if not noticing the storm of emotions in Richard's soul. When he finished, Randolph lifted his head and, looking at the young man, slowly nodded. "Get up, Richard. Sit beside me," he said, his voice low and steady. Richard obediently rose and sat on the bench next to the old man. Randolph poured him a drink from a clay jug and handed him a mug. "Drink," he said, and Richard took a few sips, feeling the strong drink burn his throat. "A hard path awaits you," Randolph continued, looking at the young man with a barely noticeable pride. "And though I will miss you, I am proud that my apprentice has reached such heights. The main thing is to take care of yourself." The old man's words tugged at Richard's heart. He thanked his mentor once again, then stood and headed for the exit. Ahead of him lay the local tavern, where his beloved worked. The tavern was located a few blocks from the forge. It was an old building with a sagging roof and wooden shutters, through which light spilled. Inside, there was a semi-darkness, illuminated by several oil lamps and candles. Long wooden tables and benches, worn by time, were scattered around the room. At the bar, made of massive oak, stood the tavern owner, wiping mugs. When Richard entered, his nostrils were filled with the smell of roasted meat and freshly baked bread, mixed with the aroma of cheap ale and tobacco smoke. In the corner, a fiddle played, and a few patrons conversed quietly, enjoying their evening. His gaze immediately found her, Liana, his beloved. She was busy serving the patrons, but when she saw Richard, a smile lit up her face. She quickly approached him, wiping her hands on her apron. "Richard, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work?" she asked, her eyes filled with worry and joy at the same time. He took her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and quietly replied, "Liana, I have important news for you. I've been accepted into the Order of the Light. I've finally taken the first step toward my dream." Liana smiled widely, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She hugged Richard tightly, and at that moment, he felt that all his efforts had not been in vain. She asked him to wait while she finished serving the patrons. He sat at one of the free tables, observing the lively atmosphere of the tavern. As he looked around, he noticed a familiar figure in the corner. It was his instructor, Sir Hawkmoose, who seemed quite drunk. In front of him was his third mug of ale, and his face was flushed from the alcohol. Seeing Richard, he waved him over. "Hey, Richard, come here, lad, sit with me," he said, his voice loud and a bit unsteady. Without thinking twice, Richard approached and sat next to him. Sir Hawkmoose poured him a mug of ale from a large pitcher on the table. "Drink," he said, pushing the mug toward Richard. "Today we have a reason to celebrate." Richard raised the mug and took a few sips, feeling the strong drink warming his body. Sir Hawkmoose looked at Richard with his bloodshot eyes and then smirked. He downed half his mug in one gulp, cursed and said, "It's good that you joined those guys, but I had the luck to work closely with them once, and I'll tell you, they're not what they seem, so be careful. Understand?" Richard nodded silently, pondering the meaning of his mentor's words. This information left a slight unease in his soul, but he knew he would have to find out the truth for himself. They continued their conversation, exchanging stories about training and old times. Hawkmoose gradually became more friendly, reminiscing about his younger years and adventures. Richard listened, engrossed in the tales, and although his mentor's words of caution lingered in his mind, he enjoyed the moment. Finally, Liana returned, free from her duties. Seeing her, Richard felt a surge of joy and relief. She smiled at him, and they, bidding farewell to Sir Hawkmoose, went to a free table where they could spend time together. The tavern gradually emptied, and the atmosphere became cozier. Liana brought mugs of ale and some simple dishes. They sat together, enjoying each other's company and talking about the upcoming changes in Richard's life. Her support and care were invaluable to him, and he knew that with such people by his side, he could overcome any difficulties. The next morning, Richard woke at dawn. A young knight knocked on his door, waking him up, and informed him that everyone was being called to the training ground. Richard jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and ran, trying to remember where the training ground was. Along the way, he noticed other knights moving swiftly in the same direction and decided to follow them. When he arrived, the knights were already forming ranks. Richard quickly found his place and joined the rows, standing shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. Sir Goodwin stepped forward, surveying them with a haughty look. "Well, gentlemen," he began, "we've received orders to go to the outskirts of the city, to the swamp area, and get rid of the pesky monsters. So gear up. We're leaving in half an hour." His words were met with a low murmur of approval and anticipation. Apparently, the knights had not gone on an excursion in a while. Richard, however, was anxious, as this would be his first time fighting for real. After being briefed, he headed to the armory. Richard had long awaited this moment. Finally, he would receive his armor. The armory was a spacious room with high ceilings, lined with racks of armor and weapons along the walls. The air was filled with the smell of metal and oil. The armorer, a tall and sturdy man with gray hair, handed Richard a set of armor that looked exactly like Sir Iron's, the armor of the initiated. It was made of sturdy steel, polished to a shine. The breastplate was adorned with the symbol of the Order of the Light Flame, a burning flame surrounded by rays. The gauntlets and greaves were light but strong, providing mobility and protection. Richard eagerly put on the armor, pleasantly surprised at how well it fit. The weight of the metal felt reassuring on his shoulders, filling him with a sense of confidence. This armor was not just protection. It signified his belonging to the order and his determination to serve and protect. Fully equipped, he looked at his reflection in a large brass shield hanging on the wall. He saw before him not the young boy who had recently arrived at the training ground, but a true knight, ready for any challenge. After donning his armor, he approached the armorer, who handed him a sword. The sword was magnificent, with a straight blade sharpened to a razor's edge and a hilt adorned with the symbol of the Order of the Light Flame. Richard took the sword, feeling its weight and balance, and unsheathed it briefly to see how the light played on the blade. He had reforged many swords in his life, but he had never managed to make such fine ones. They were made by special blacksmiths serving the order. Fully equipped, he returned to the training ground, where the knights had already begun forming a long column of 5. Richard saw Sir Iron, who was leading the initiated. Seeing him, he pointed the novice to his place at the end of the column. Soon, Sir Goodwin mounted his horse, looking down at the assembled. Raising the order's banners, they formed up and began the march toward the city's outskirts. It was a grand procession, organized for spectacle. The column was led by Sir Goodwin, followed by the Guardians of the Dawn on horseback, then the healers in wagons, with the initiated bringing up the rear on foot. As they moved through the city streets, their steps echoed off the cobblestones. Ordinary people, seeing the knights heading out on a mission, stopped their tasks and came out to watch the majestic sight. Men, women, elders, and children all watched in awe as the knights passed by. "Knights of Light," people whispered. "Real heroes!" Admiring glances and cheers accompanied them every step of the way. Children ran alongside the streets, trying to catch a glimpse of their hero. Women curtsied, men tipped their hats, and everyone expressed their respect and gratitude to the knights. Marching in the ranks, Richard felt his heart swell with pride. He realized he was now part of something significant, and understood the hopes placed on him. This moment was special for him, feeling his importance and responsibility for those around him. Soon the residential areas ended, and fields began to appear. Finally, the knights reached their destination. Before them stretched a sinister swamp. The dark, mist-covered water extended for miles, occasionally interrupted by islands of mud and sparse, bare trees whose roots seemed to reach out, ready to grab. The air was thick with the smell of decay and moisture, and the sounds of insects and croaking frogs created an oppressive atmosphere. The knights gathered for a final briefing, and Sir Goodwin assigned them into small groups of 3. Richard was teamed up with Sir Iron and another knight named Gareth. They began moving along the swamp, carefully scanning for their prey. Richard had never encountered swamp creatures before and had no idea what they looked like. These creatures had appeared recently, and people whispered that their arrival was a harbinger of coming darkness. Walking through the swamp was difficult, especially in iron armor. Richard frequently sank knee-deep into the water, making an unpleasant squelching sound in his boots. He was already beginning to tire, but continued on, following Sir Iron. Gareth brought up the rear, carefully watching their surroundings. Suddenly, Richard heard a scream. Turning around, he saw a knight being dragged down into the mire by something unseen. He was struggling desperately against the invisible force. Sir Iron reacted quickly, jumping forward and plunging his sword into the ground. There was a screech, and the creature momentarily released their comrade. They helped him out and stood in a defensive stance. From beneath the floating moss and algae, a creature emerged. It was a swamp creature, a hideous being with long, thin limbs covered in scales and slime. Its hunched body was covered in mud, and its huge crimson eyes glowed with hatred. The swamp creature moved on 4 limbs, making sinister clicking sounds with its jaws. Its mouth was lined with sharp, crooked teeth, ready to tear flesh. Richard stood in a fighting stance, looking at the approaching creature. Its menacing sounds and crimson eyes instilled fear. He had never faced anything like it. Suddenly, he felt weak in his legs and uncertain. Glancing around, he saw that Sir Iron and the other knight stood beside him, ready for battle. Their eyes shone with determination, giving him strength. Suddenly, the swamp creature lunged forward with incredible speed, its limbs flashing like whips. Sir Iron was the first to attack, his sword glinting in the air and striking a precise blow to the monster's limb. The creature screeched, but did not retreat. It lashed out with its powerful limb, forcing Iron to take a step back. Richard summoned all his courage and rushed to help. His sword struck the creature's scaly body, but the swamp creature turned and hit him with another limb. The blow was so powerful that it knocked him back into the mud, and he felt a sharp pain in his side. Seeing this, Sir Iron clicked his tongue in annoyance and continued the fight. Gareth took advantage of the moment, delivering several quick blows to the swamp creature, trying to distract its attention. The creature defended itself fiercely, making screeching sounds and trying to grab the attackers with its long limbs. Blood and mud mixed, creating chaos around them. Sir Iron re-entered the fray, his sword gleaming in the dim daylight, reflecting the determination and skill of the warrior. He struck with remarkable precision, severing the creature's limbs and forcing it to retreat. The creature screeched in rage, defending itself with its long limbs, but Iron was relentless. Each of his blows weakened the monster, making it lose balance. Despite the pain in his side, Richard tried to assist his mentor, striking where he could. Gareth also did not back down, distracting the swamp creature with swift attacks. The battle was intense and exhausting, but the knights did not give up. Suddenly, the creature panicked. Its movements became chaotic, and it rushed at Richard with wild determination. Its crimson eyes glowed with hatred, and it let out a piercing screech, preparing for a final charge. Richard gritted his teeth and braced himself for defense, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Seeing this, Sir Iron reacted quickly. He leaped forward, whispering an incantation, and his sword filled with bright light. The power of the spell enveloped the blade, making it almost blinding. In an instant, Iron brought the glowing sword down on the swamp creature. There was a bright flash, illuminating everything around, and the creature screeched one last time before dying. After that, silence fell. All 3 of them slowly caught their breath, breathing heavily. The light from the spell gradually faded, and they stood over the fallen swamp creature, feeling exhausted and relieved. Richard leaned against a nearby tree, trying to catch his breath. His wound still hurt, but he was glad the fight was over. Gareth wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Iron, who stood nearby, also catching his breath. After resting and catching their breath, the trio regrouped and continued their search for the monsters. The swamp creature was defeated, but Richard, Sir Iron, and Gareth knew that this was far from the only threat to the surroundings. They moved cautiously, carefully scanning every corner of the swamp, ready for a new attack. Throughout the day, they encountered various dangers, from small but aggressive creatures to treacherous quicksand traps. Time passed slowly, and every step was difficult, especially for Richard, who felt the pain from his wound. But he did not give up, continuing to move forward, following his comrades. As evening began to fall over the swamp, the sound of a horn echoed, signaling the time to return. All the knights, hearing the signal, began to gather together. They emerged from different corners of the swamp, many wounded and exhausted. Seeing their brothers in arms, they exchanged brief but encouraging looks. The trio joined the main group as healers rushed among the knights, casting healing spells. Richard received some relief, but the spells did not fully remove the pain, and he had to endure it. Once the healers had finished their work, the knights formed a column again and headed back. The formation was no longer as grand, with many limping and some being carried on stretchers. As they made their way back through the fields and villages, they were met by excited and grateful residents. People brought water and food, helped the wounded, expressing their gratitude for the protection from the monsters. Richard felt his heart swell with pride for his service and his comrades. When they entered the city, Richard was suddenly approached by his girlfriend, Liana. She immediately began examining him, clearly worried. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern. "I'm fine, Liana," Richard replied, trying to reassure her. But suddenly, they were interrupted by an authoritative voice. It was Sir Goodwin. He rode up to them on his horse and stopped nearby. "Do not worry," he said, addressing Liana. "Your knight is fine. We all took care of each other." Liana thanked him, expressing sincere gratitude. Sir Goodwin responded kindly, but Richard noticed that his gaze lingered on Liana, a look of interest that Richard did not like. A bad feeling arose in his heart. "Thank you, sir," Richard said, trying to draw Goodwin's attention to himself. Sir Goodwin merely nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Liana. Richard felt the tension rising and decided to return to the barracks as soon as possible. "We need to go, Liana. The healers are waiting for us," he said, gently taking her hand and heading toward the barracks. Liana watched them go, as Richard and the other knights made their way to where the healers were waiting. Richard could not shake off the strange and insistent gaze of Sir Goodwin. He felt it spelled trouble, and his anxiety only grew. When they finally reached the barracks, they were dismissed, and Richard at last returned to his room. After removing his armor, he examined his wound. Fortunately, it was not serious. Then he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The next month passed in continuous fencing training. Richard was also taught literacy and the basics of light magic. Sir Erwin often visited, monitoring the training and praising him. He told Richard about the order, and Richard developed a warm impression of the old man. Richard would rise at dawn and be the last to go to bed. His diligence surprised many, but also caused some discontent. "Why does he want to stand out?" they whispered. Despite this, Richard became friends with Gareth, with whom he had fought in the swamps. Within a month, he mastered the basic magical strikes, which were divided into 3 levels: Beginner, Sparrow, Intermediate, Raven, Advanced, Hawk. It was rumored that there was another level, Dragon, but no one had ever seen it. These names were not random. The basic spell at the beginner level, for example, summoned a light sparrow that circled with the sword and inflicted damage. With enough skill, one could attack from a distance. Richard was thrilled when he summoned his first light sparrow. The small bird made of light fluttered around his sword, emitting a soft glow. It was his first achievement in magic. What Sir Iron had done when he struck the swamp creature with the glowing sword was the highest level of sparrow control. The sword fused with the magic, becoming deadly. Richard aspired to master this skill. Days flew by one after another, and he became more immersed in training and studying magic. Sometimes he found time to visit Randolph and Liana. However, Liana had been acting strangely lately, and this worried him. The Festival of Light was approaching, and preparations were evident throughout the cathedral. Monks hurriedly went about organizing the festival, and the atmosphere in the city became increasingly tense and exciting. The long-awaited day arrived. The city of Noctum was transformed. The streets were decorated with garlands, lanterns, and banners of the Order of the Light Flame. The air was filled with the aromas of festive dishes and sweets, and the sounds of music and laughter echoed everywhere. The townsfolk bustled about, finishing the final preparations. Richard was assigned to guard the central square where the main part of the celebration took place. Residents gathered around the stage where performers, musicians, and acrobats showcased their talents. Food and drink stalls were also set up in the square, offering delicious treats for everyone to enjoy. After the morning events, it was time for the ceremony in the main cathedral of the Order of Light. Richard, along with other knights, ensured the safety during the solemn service attended by the high-ranking members of the Order and important guests from the kingdom. Prayers, hymns, and blessings filled the cathedral, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and holiness. When evening fell upon the city, the knights were allowed to join the celebration. Richard, having removed his armor, headed to the main hall of the cathedral, where his comrades had gathered. The hall was adorned with candles and flowers, reflecting light in the stained glass windows depicting scenes from the Order's history. In the center of the hall, on a pedestal, stood a relic, the heart of the phoenix. The orange crystal gleamed with a bright, fiery golden light, encased in a decorative metal frame encrusted with gemstones. Its shape resembled a heart, and the warmth it emitted filled the hall with a sense of grace and power. Richard approached, gazing at the artifact in fascination. His friend Gareth noticed his interest and walked up to him. "That's the heart of the phoenix," Gareth began, his voice quiet and respectful. "This artifact was created by the great mage Eldrin many centuries ago. It contains a fragment of the essence of the phoenix, the mythical firebird that symbolizes rebirth and immortality." Gareth continued to recount the artifact's history, explaining its abilities. Richard learned that the heart of the phoenix could heal wounds, amplify magic, and even bring fallen warriors back to life. He was awestruck by what he heard. The celebration continued late into the night. When Richard wanted to return to his room, he noticed a group of girls being led by one of the initiated. This surprised him, but then he saw his girlfriend Liana among them. A sense of unease took hold of him. What was she doing here? He was about to call out to her, but something stopped him, and he followed them. They headed to the hall where the Guardians of Light rested, a place where others were not allowed. Only one knight stood guard at the entrance. As Richard approached, the knight raised his shield and sword, stating that entry was forbidden. Richard pondered what to do. Time passed, and Liana did not come out, increasing his anxiety. Finally, he decided to take a desperate step. Approaching the knight with a mug of ale, he pretended to be drunk, trying to distract him. "Hey, friend! Want a drink?" Richard slurred, swaying. The knight got angry and lowered his guard. At that moment, Richard struck him on the head with the heavy mug. Luckily, the guard was without a helmet. The blow was precise, and the knight was knocked out. Richard carefully propped him up against the wall and entered the hall. Inside, it was dim. On couches and cushions, knights sat, being entertained by women. Richard felt scared, feeling lost. All his high notions of these people came crashing down. He carefully made his way through, trying not to be noticed, searching for Liana. Soon he found his way to a bed with a closed canopy. As he approached, he heard a familiar voice, and his heart clenched. "Will you really make me your wife?" Liana asked seductively. "Of course," someone replied. "Just get rid of that lowlife." "Well, I haven't seen him much," she said. "So you don't need to worry." They fell silent, and Richard heard the sound of a kiss. He couldn't take it anymore. Pushing aside the curtain, he saw Liana in the arms of Sir Goodwin. He stood there, thunderstruck, and took a few steps back. "Liana! How could you?" he said, his voice breaking. Liana saw him and was scared, while Sir Goodwin just smiled smugly. Richard turned and ran out of the hall. Liana shouted something after him, but he heard nothing. He ran, not knowing where he was going. His thoughts were consumed by Liana's betrayal and Sir Goodwin's treacherous smile. His heart was broken, his feelings a whirlwind of pain and disappointment. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but he didn't notice them, lost in his suffering. Unexpectedly, he burst into a room and realized he had gone the wrong way. He found himself in a lavish room, furnished with luxurious furniture and decorated with tapestries depicting heroic scenes. In the corner stood a large fireplace, in which a bright fire burned, illuminating the room with a soft light. In the center of the room stood Master Irwin, the same kind old man who had inducted him into the Knights. But this time his face was angry, his eyes gleaming with fury. Beside him stood a man in a black cloak. He was bald with pale skin and sharp features. His eyes were cold and piercing, and on the back of his hand was a black circle with a red diamond in the shape of an eye in the center. When he noticed Richard looking at his hand, he quickly pulled down his sleeve and turned away. "Get out!" Master Irwin growled. Richard snapped out of his daze and began to apologize, realizing he had burst into the wrong place. He slowly backed out and left the room, feeling even more empty and confused. He returned to his quarters, wondering if he had made a mistake. His thoughts were chaotic, and he couldn't find peace. He lay down on his bed, but sleep did not come. His heart continued to ache. Only near dawn did he finally fall asleep, exhausted from his turmoil and suffering. Richard was awakened by a commotion as someone burst into his room. He barely had time to comprehend what was happening before he was grabbed by the arms and lifted. Around him, knights were searching his room, turning everything upside down. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Found it! The heart of the phoenix is really here!" The knight held the stone aloft and showed it to the others. There were gasps of surprise, and Richard couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand what was happening, but he wasn't given a chance to speak. He was roughly dragged away, his questions ignored. Soon he was brought to a courtroom where people had already gathered. In the center sat a judge, and next to him stood Gareth. Richard was brought before them and thrown to the floor. He fell, looking around in fear, not understanding what was happening. The judge began to speak. "Richard Fitz, you are accused of stealing the sacred relic of the light, the heart of the phoenix. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" I didn't take it. What are you talking about?" Richard stammered in distress. The judge interrupted him. "The heart was stolen early this morning, and a witness said it was you." "Who is the witness?" Richard asked, unable to believe his ears. Gareth stepped forward. "Yes, it was him. I was sleeping in the hall and saw him sneaking away with the stone. I reported it to the head of the order immediately." Gareth's words stunned Richard. He couldn't understand how his friend could lie about him. What was going on? The judge continued, "Based on the witness's testimony, we searched your room and indeed found the stone. So there's no point in denying it." But? Richard tried to protest, but the judge cut him off. "Take him to the dungeon." The knights grabbed Richard and dragged him away. He couldn't believe what was happening. His heart was broken by the betrayal of his friend and the unjust accusation. Soon he found himself in a cold, dark cell, feeling utterly lost and alone. Richard spent several days in the dungeon, tormented by questions about who had framed him. He lay on the cold stone floor, recalling the events of recent weeks and trying to understand how everything had changed so quickly. Lyanna, Sir Goodwin, Gareth, they had all betrayed him. His heart was broken and hope for justice was fading. On the third morning, guards came to him. They silently untied him and led him away. Richard, dulled by sleepless nights and constant thoughts, followed them obediently. They emerged from the dungeon and walked through the corridors of the cathedral. Morning sunlight streamed through the stained glass, creating an illusion of beauty and tranquility that Richard could not feel. They exited the cathedral and headed toward the cliff. There, where the land dropped off sharply, was a magnificent garden. Flowers of all colors surrounded the paths leading to the very edge. Far below, miles beneath the cliff, Richard saw a dense, mysterious forest called the Forest of Shadows. Near the edge stood Master Irwin, looking out at the forest. The guards brought Richard to him and untied him. Richard approached the old man with hope. Master Irwin had always been kind to him, and he hoped for justice. As he drew near, the old man turned and smiled. "This ravine, according to legend, was formed after the Battle of the Titans," Irwin said, his voice quiet and thoughtful. "Great forces clashed here, tearing the land apart and leaving this deep scar. Since then, this place has become troubled. The legend said that two titans, embodiments of light and darkness, fought here for dominion over the world. Their battle raged for many days and nights until both fell, exhausted. The earth split open, consuming their bodies. And since then, the ravine had become a place of power, where the balance of light and darkness left its mark." When Master Irwin fell silent, Richard gathered his courage and tried to defend himself. "Sir, I was framed. I didn't take the stone." The old man remained silent, continuing to look at the forest. Then he turned to Richard and said, "I know, for I was the one who planted the stone in your room." "What?" Richard shouted. But at that moment, Irwin extended his hand and pushed him. Richard fell off the cliff. The depth of the ravine was immense. Richard fell, and in that moment, he saw the old man's face, which was utterly indifferent, as if he were killing an ant. Richard fell in despair, reliving the betrayals of the past days that had emptied his soul. He resigned himself, thinking it was better to die than continue living in this horror. He lost consciousness before reaching the bottom of the ravine. Richard awoke thinking he was already dead. Surprisingly, he was uninjured. Looking around, he realized he was in a forest. Suddenly, he felt someone behind him. Turning, he saw an enormous she-wolf the size of a house. She was a majestic creature. Her thick silver fur gleamed in the sunlight, and her eyes glowed with a deep golden light. Her powerful paws and long tail emphasized her grandeur and strength. His heart pounded, and he took a step back in fear. He wanted to run, but he noticed the she-wolf was injured and watching him. Could she have saved him? "Did you save me?" Richard asked, though he understood she was a beast and wouldn't answer. To his surprise, the she-wolf nodded. "But why?" he continued. She merely closed her eyes as if she didn't want to answer. Richard wondered what to do next when he heard a noise. Something enormous was approaching them. The she-wolf raised her head in alarm, clearly unable to run. "How can I help you?" he asked, but she only shook her head and lowered it again. "You saved me, so I'll do whatever I can," he said resolutely. The she-wolf looked deeply into his eyes, and suddenly something unusual happened. She began to glow, and from her emerged a ghostly, glowing silhouette of a wolf. The silhouette started to run around and suddenly headed towards Richard. He didn't know what to do and wanted to run, but he didn't have time. Falling on his back, he felt a surge of energy penetrate him, and he groaned in pain. But soon it passed. He wondered what had happened to him, but he felt no different. The she-wolf lowered her head. It was clear that she had no strength left and might be dying. Richard felt pity for her, but the noise was getting closer. He heard the cracking of broken trees and bushes when suddenly an enormous snake emerged from the forest. Its scaly body writhed like a living stream, and its skin shimmered with green-black hues. Huge yellow eyes glowed with malice, and its mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened, emitting a hiss. Its long, forked tongue flicked in and out, ready to strike its prey. The snake lunged at the she-wolf, and a powerful tail strike sent Richard flying. He felt the ground shake beneath him, and stars danced before his eyes from the pain in his side. But then he felt something strange within him, as if a dormant power was awakening. The transformation began suddenly. Richard felt his body start to change, and he was scared. Bones cracked and lengthened, muscles expanded, and his skin was covered in thick fur. The pain was unbearable. Every moment felt like an eternity. He felt his face elongate into a muzzle, and his hands and feet turned into powerful paws with claws. He screamed, but his scream turned into a roar, and fear mixed with a new, wild energy. When the process was complete, Richard stood on 4 legs, his body covered in thick gray fur, and his eyes glowing amber. He felt incredible strength and simultaneous fear of what he had become. But there was no time to ponder. Seeing the snake coil around the she-wolf, anger and fury ignited in his heart. He roared and charged into battle without thinking of the consequences. His claws tore into the snake's scaly skin, ripping its thick coils. The snake hissed in pain but did not retreat. Its jaws snapped, trying to catch Richard. The fight was fierce and relentless. Richard fought like a berserker, losing himself in the battle. He didn't notice the wounds he received, didn't feel pain. Claws and fangs tore into the creature's flesh. Blood splattered everywhere. The snake defended itself fiercely, its long body writhing, trying to ensnare Richard, but he was faster and stronger. Every move Richard made was filled with rage and desperation. He felt his body bleeding but didn't give up. The snake tried to strangle him, wrapping its coils around his body, but Richard ripped through its scaly skin, inflicting fatal wounds. At one point, the snake struck him with its head, throwing him aside, but he quickly got up and charged again. The battle was intense and seemed to last forever. Richard felt his strength waning but continued to fight. He saw the snake weakening, but he was barely standing. Finally, in a decisive moment, he jumped onto the snake's back and sank his fangs into its head. The snake hissed and began to fall, its body convulsing in agony. Richard didn't let go, continuing to tear into its flesh until he finally felt the life drain from the monster. The snake collapsed to the ground, dead. Richard, breathing heavily, stood over its body, feeling the anger and fury gradually subside. But the wounds he had received were too severe. He felt his strength leave him, and his vision dimmed. He fell beside the snake's body, losing consciousness. In the last moment before darkness took him, he saw the she-wolf, who was already dead. Richard awoke again, this time finding himself in a bed in a house. The room was cozy and modest. Wooden walls adorned with carvings radiated warmth. The floor was covered with old rugs, and shelves with jars of herbs and medicines hung on the walls. In the corner, a fireplace burned, spreading soft light and warmth. On a wooden table lay several books and dried herbs, and above it hung an extinguished lamp. Looking around, Richard realized his wounds had healed, and he felt no pain. Then he reached out his hand and gasped. His hand was covered in fur. So it wasn't a dream. He jumped up and examined himself. He'd grown taller, like a very tall man, with enormous hands and feet. His fingers had claws that suddenly retracted like a cat's, and his hand looked almost human, except for the fur. He touched his face and realized he had a wolf's muzzle. Panicking, he rushed out of the room in search of a mirror but found none. Then he went outside and realized he was in the forest. In the yard, he saw a barrel of water and looked into it. In the reflection, he saw a werewolf, a creature with a wolf's muzzle, thick fur, and human features. Eyes glowing with amber light stared back at him in horror. His mind went blank. What should he do? Maybe he was dreaming? Suddenly he heard a voice behind him and saw an old man coming from behind the house with an armful of firewood. The old man was stooped and thin, with gray hair and a beard. His face was wrinkled, and his eyes were kind but shrewd. He wore simple woodsman's clothes, and his hands were rough from hard work. "Oh, you're awake, guest," the old man said. "Who are you?" Richard asked. "I'm just a forester living in this forest," he replied, heading into the house. Richard followed him. Inside, the old man began setting the table as if nothing had happened. Then he said, "I found you injured in the forest, but by the time I brought you home, your wounds had almost healed." Richard looked at the stooped old man, wondering how he had carried him. The old man brewed tea and poured it into cups, then offered Richard a seat. "Drink. You need to regain your strength," he said, pushing a cup towards him. Richard, still shocked by what had happened, slowly sat at the table and took the cup. He watched the old man, who calmly drank his tea as if it were an ordinary day. Then Richard asked, "Why aren't you afraid of me?" The old man, not lifting his gaze from the cup of tea, replied, "Oh, you're just a man who received the she-wolf's gift." "Gift?" Richard was surprised. "It's not a gift, it's a curse." The old man smiled. "It all depends on how you look at it. Some curses can become blessings if used correctly." They continued to talk. Richard told the old man about the she-wolf and how she had saved him. The old man listened attentively, nodding at the right moments. When Richard finished, the old man thoughtfully stroked his beard. "I don't know how to break the curse," he admitted. "But there is a mage living in the south of the country who might be able to help. His name is Ardon. He's known for his knowledge of ancient magical creatures and spells." Richard listened to the old man, feeling a new hope growing within him. He thanked him and returned to his room. Falling onto the bed, he sank into thought. The past resurfaced, and his heart ached with pain. He thought of Liana's betrayal, Gareth's lies, and Master Irwin's treachery. He didn't know what to do. Should he seek revenge or simply leave? And how was his old blacksmith doing? A fire of hatred slowly began to ignite within him, but he forcefully extinguished it and decided to focus on breaking the curse first. He needed to embark on a journey and find the mage Arden. This goal gave him direction, and he felt his resolve strengthen. Leaving the room, Richard saw the old man preparing food. He noticed his cup of tea still sitting on the table. Richard approached to drink, but with his wolf muzzle, it was difficult. Finally, he managed and savored the sweet aroma of the herbs. "Thank you for saving me and for taking me in. What's your name?" he asked. "My name is Eldon," the old man replied. "No need for thanks. We are all human and should help each other. I'm preparing food, but you can take a walk if you like." Richard went outside. The forester's house was small but cozy. Wooden walls entwined with ivy made it seem like the house was part of nature. The yard was well kept, with a small garden and flowering bushes around. Walking around the yard, Richard discovered a forge. "What is this doing here?" he thought, looking inside. He saw tools, an anvil, and a forge. Picking up a hammer, he suddenly felt inspired. An idea struck him. He needed armor to hide his appearance. He couldn't travel across the country looking like this. He would be executed at the first village. He sat at the table and found a piece of charcoal. Starting to sketch on the table, he designed armor that could conceal his wolfish features. Time flew by, and soon evening turned into night. The old man called him for dinner. Richard approached the table and tried to eat in his new form. It wasn't easy. He had to carefully pick up food with his clawed hands and avoid dropping it. The old man watched him with understanding and patience, continuing their conversation on various topics. After dinner, Richard felt tired and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, he again pondered his future and plans for the upcoming journey. With these thoughts, he gradually fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow would bring new answers and opportunities. In the morning, when Richard woke up, he headed to the forge. There he found a pile of black ore and was surprised. Eldon approached him and said, "I saw your sketch and remembered I had some ore lying around. You can use it." Richard was delighted and thanked the old man. He immediately set to work. The process took several days. He heated the ore in the forge, hammered it into shape, and then quenched it in water. Each piece of metal was carefully worked to create perfect armor plates. Richard used the hammer, anvil, and various tools to achieve the desired result. Finally, the armor was ready. He put it on and looked at his reflection in the water. The armor completely concealed his wolfish appearance. A helmet with a closed visor hid his muzzle, breastplates and backplates fit tightly to his body, and gauntlets and greaves covered his hands and legs. The armor was heavy, but he felt protected and confident in it. Richard, clad in the armor, looked imposing. Black plates with metal rivets, a symbol of a wolf's head engraved on the chest. His figure appeared taller and bulkier, fully concealing his true nature. The armor not only protected him, but also gave him an intimidating look which would help him on his journey. Richard was pleased with the result of his work. However, while smelting the ore, he realized it was unusual. Once Randolph had told him about legendary meteorite ore, and something told him that he was working with exactly that. Richard felt that it contained some special energy. He decided to use the remaining ore to forge a sword. He knew this metal could create something extraordinary and wanted a weapon worthy of his new abilities. The forging process began with preparing the ore. Richard heated the metal in the forge until it was white-hot, then took it out and began to hammer it. He worked meticulously, shaping the ore into a long, sharp blade. Each hammer strike was precise and calculated. The metal responded to his hands, becoming stronger and sharper. Several days passed, and finally, the sword took its final shape. The blade was long and broad, perfectly balanced. The hilt was decorated with a simple yet elegant pattern and wrapped in leather for a better grip. The blade of the sword shimmered with flickers of light, indicating the hidden energy within. Richard took the finished sword in his hands and felt strength and confidence fill him. He performed a few test swings, and the blade effortlessly cut through the air with a slight whistle. The sword was perfectly balanced and surprisingly light despite the metal's strength. Richard tried to use light magic, but felt a sharp pain in his body and realized it was incompatible with his current state. This discovery made him think about how to use his powers now. He decided that he would need to find another way to interact with magic, but that would come later. After that, he donned his armor and took up the sword. It turned out the armor hardly hindered him due to his new strength and form. To an onlooker, he would appear as a giant, not a monster. Swinging his sword and examining the armor, he didn't notice the old man standing nearby again. Richard hadn't even sensed his presence. Who is he really? He wondered. Eldon held a gray cloak and extended it to him. Richard was struck by the old man's generosity and was about to refuse, but he insisted. "Take it. It will help you on your journey," he said. The cloak was light but sturdy, made from the rare hide of a beast that was hard to find. It was long, reaching down to his heels, and had a large hood that could conceal his face. When Richard put it on, he felt the cloak envelop his body, creating a sense of additional protection and concealment. In this attire, he looked even more formidable. "Thank you, Eldon," Richard said, looking at himself in his new guise. "This cloak is more than I could have hoped for." "I'm proud that my materials were used to create such fine armor," the old man replied. "Now you're ready for your journey." Richard stayed with the old man for a couple more days, preparing for the journey. He checked his gear, trained with the sword, and studied the map to know the route to the south of the country, where the mage Arden lived. These days passed in peace and quiet, allowing Richard to gain confidence in his abilities. When it was time to say goodbye, he stood on the porch of the house, fully equipped. Eldon stood beside him, holding a small bundle of provisions. "Farewell," the old man said, handing him the bundle. "May luck be with you on your journey." "Thank you for everything," Richard replied, taking the bundle. "I will never forget your help." They exchanged last looks filled with respect and gratitude. Richard turned and headed into the forest. His armor gleamed in the morning light, and the gray cloak fluttered behind him. He walked, full of determination and hope, ready for any challenges that might come his way. The forest swallowed his figure, and Richard disappeared among the trees, heading toward his new goal, to find the mage Arden and break the curse to become human again. Chapter 2. Edwin loved apple jam buns, but recently there wasn't enough food, let alone buns. For the third consecutive year, their village had been suffering from a drought, dooming its inhabitants to hunger and despair. Edwin's father, an ordinary farmer, could barely feed his family. All they had left was one cow, Blackie, but she was so emaciated that she gave very little milk, barely enough to sustain them. The village was surrounded by fields that were once green and fertile, but had now turned into dry, lifeless expanses. Dried stalks whispered in the wind, like shadows of former abundance. In the center of the village stood an ancient temple where the villagers prayed to the gods, offering various sacrifices in an attempt to appease them and end the drought. But the gods seemed indifferent. People said that dark forces had cursed them. Edwin's friend, Big Earl, told him that if things continued like this, the villagers would leave. But moving to another place wasn't easy either, as many monsters had recently proliferated in the area, and knights who could hunt them down had not been seen for a long time. Edwin was already 10 years old and had long been helping his parents with the household chores, but he wasn't allowed to go into the forest to look for berries yet. However, this time the situation was different. They needed some food. He set out in the morning while it was still cool. The village was already bustling, people hurrying about their business, paying no attention to the boy. Leaving the village, he headed north, crossing fields and farms. Soon he saw the forest in the distance. To be honest, he was afraid to go there, but he had spent all of the previous day convincing himself that everything would be fine. Holding a basket in his hands, he took a deep breath and stepped into the forest. Here, it was greener than the surrounding area. The tree canopies provided some respite from the scorching heat. Edwin walked slowly, constantly looking around for danger. In this place, one had to be really careful. Around the trees grew dried grass, which he sometimes pushed aside with a long stick, looking for berry bushes or mushrooms, though he didn't expect to find mushrooms since it hadn't rained for a long time. He walked, memorizing landmarks to find his way back. Suddenly he saw small red dots ahead. Could it be what he thought? He quickened his pace, and when he reached the spot he saw berry bushes. These were edible berries that he used to love eating. Overjoyed by this find, he immediately began to collect them. There were indeed a lot of berries, which excited the boy. So engrossed in his task, he didn't notice something sneaking up on him. But when the creature was just a few steps away, it accidentally stepped on a dry twig, causing a crunch that the boy heard. He immediately looked up and in horror saw a terrifying monster standing not far from him. It looked like a spider but had sinister, slimy skin. Its body was covered with a black carapace. Instead of 8 eyes, it had one large one with a rhomboid pupil. Its huge jaws dripped green saliva. The creature crept slowly, but when it saw that it had been detected, it suddenly jumped. Edwin managed to dodge and rolled, then ran. Fear washed over him like cold water, but he overcame the weakness, and adrenaline gradually filled his body. He didn't look back and kept running, feeling the pursuit behind him. After running less than 20 feet, he felt a push in his back, which sent him flying forward and tumbling, landing on his back. The wind was knocked out of him, leaving him breathless. The beast stood over him, its green saliva falling onto his face and sliding down. Edwin thought it was the end and closed his eyes in resignation. But suddenly he heard the creature scream in rage. Opening his eyes, he saw not the monster, but a huge figure clad in black armor that seemed to absorb the light. A knight, Edwin thought to himself, feeling relieved. In the knight's hands was a huge black sword, which he skillfully wielded, deflecting the monster's attacks. Edwin remembered the creature's name, Zangrax. His father had once mentioned them, but he said they had long been extinct. So where did this one come from? Meanwhile, the battle continued. The Black Knight moving with grace and strength that couldn't go unnoticed. Every movement was precise, like a master swordsman. He knew the enemy was dangerous, but his confidence and experience left no room for doubt. Zangrax tried to attack him with its sharp jaws, but the knight deftly dodged, delivering precise blows with his sword. Metal met flesh and carapace, echoing through the forest silence. The monster lunged forward, but the knight parried the attack, stepping back and with incredible speed delivered a counterstrike, leaving a deep gash in the monster's black carapace. The creature howled in pain, its poisonous green blood splattering the ground. The knight didn't give it time to recover. He moved like a shadow, not giving Zangrax a chance to counterattack. Another blow and another, each precise, each powerful. Soon, the monster began to falter. Its movements became slow and clumsy. It tried to flee, but the knight didn't allow it. The final swing of the sword, and the monster was cut in half. The knight stood over the defeated foe, his armor stained with green blood. He slowly turned to Edwin, his eyes hidden behind the helmet, seeming to drill into the boy. "Are you all right?" he asked in a low, growling voice. Edwin, still trembling from the recent terror, could only nod. He felt his breath returning, but he couldn't take his eyes off the knight. "Who are you?" he finally asked. "I'm just a knight," the stranger replied. Edwin's eyes widened further as he looked at this giant with a mix of awe and fear, realizing that he had indeed been lucky today. Richard looked at the boy with mixed feelings. One more second, and this creature would have devoured him. Earlier, he was walking along the road but decided to turn into the forest and hunt. He hadn't had a proper meal for a long time and thought he might get lucky this time. But to his surprise, when he entered the forest, it was almost empty. Of course, if you talk about edible creatures, there was plenty of filth and monsters. When he had slaughtered dozens of them, he walked towards the road and saw this boy. Luck was clearly on his side. Richard approached the boy and lifted him, causing the boy to shiver and shrink. He could see him in more detail. He was wearing a worn linen shirt with holes, which had once been white but had now acquired a grayish tint from dust and dirt. The pants, once sturdy and new, hung on him in tatters, barely covering his knees, and his bare feet were covered in scratches and dust. "You're from the village, aren't you? Can you show the way?" asked the knight. The boy looked up and nodded, then timidly walked forward. As they passed by the bushes where the berries grew, the knight said, "Isn't that your basket? Take it too. You managed to gather some berries?" The boy nodded and picked up the basket, scooping up the scattered berries. Richard glanced into the basket and realized it was half empty. He then sat down on the ground. The boy looked at him in surprise, as he had just asked to be taken to the village. The knight pointed to the berries and said, "Fill the basket since you came here despite the dangers. I'll wait." The boy's eyes widened with delight. He was thrilled by this turn of events and immediately set to work. It took another half hour. During this time, Richard sat still, contemplating the past few days. It had been a week since he had left the cursed forest and headed south towards the city where a mage who could break his curse lived. During his journey, he realized both the advantages and disadvantages of his new form. The positives included increased endurance, strength, and agility. He could also go without sleep for a couple of days and still feel fine. But there were also drawbacks. He constantly had to wear his armor, and he couldn't eat in public because when he opened the visor on his helmet, his mouth with sharp teeth was visible. Eating was also difficult. He mostly just swallowed food, tearing it apart. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned to hunt. Having worked in a forge all his life, he didn't know the basics. He had supplies given to him by an old man and some money, which he spent on buying food from street vendors he met along the way. He realized he needed to learn how to hunt because animals usually ran away at the sight of him. Unlike monsters, which attacked him instead, but they were inedible. Once he tried roasting one, but the meat tasted so awful that the aftertaste lingered for a few days. He concluded that he couldn't live without people for now, and needed to find a way to earn a living. Another drawback was his enormous height and size. He attracted too much attention. But since he never took off his helmet, no one had suspected anything yet. Finally, the boy finished, and bowing said they could go. Richard stood up, his armor creaking, and followed the boy with heavy steps. Leaving the forest, they moved through a meadow overgrown with dry grass. The grass crunched underfoot, sometimes getting caught in the gaps of the armor, while grasshoppers jumped ahead of them, clearing the way. Soon they reached a road, consisting of 2 rutted tracks from wagons, occasionally covered with manure from livestock driven along there. The smell of dried manure mixed with the scent of wormwood, which grew abundantly along the path. Occasionally gusts of wind lifted dust and dry stems. The boy pointed to the right, indicating the village was that way. The knight nodded, but soon turned his head, hearing the sound of hooves in the distance. They waited, and soon a small wooden cart pulled by a donkey came into view. A thin old man in an old gray robe sat on it, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat. The old man's face was etched with deep wrinkles, and instead of eyes, he had terrible scars as if someone had burned them out. A small, neat beard gave him a wise look, but the sly smile that never left his face spoiled it. Around his neck hung an amulet in the shape of a crescent moon that glinted dully. Richard immediately recognized the sign of the goddess of the moon night, Lunael. This order was small and often despised among the more popular cults. The donkey, approaching the knight, sniffed and suddenly brayed fearfully, making an unpleasant sound. The monk struck it with a whip, and the animal calmed down. "Sorry, this foolish creature sometimes behaves wildly," said the monk, then introduced himself. "My name is Balthazar. I am a simple wandering monk and am now heading to the village. Are you heading there too, or coming from there?" he asked, raising the brim of his hat as if trying to see them with his blind eyes. "My name is Richard. I am a wandering knight. Yes, we are going to the village." "A wandering monk and a wandering knight, isn't that fate?" said Balthazar, pulling a deck of cards from his robe and starting to shuffle them. Then he continued, "Though you are dressed quite richly for such a person, which is very curious." "He can see," thought Richard, hearing the old man's words and seeing the sly smile on his face. "Besides, he's a natural rogue," he added to himself. Balthazar shuffled the deck and drew a card depicting a tall tower struck by lightning. The monk looked at it and frowned, saying, "Just as I thought. You are an unusual person. Since we are heading the same way, why not travel together?" He then put the deck back into the layers of his robe and looked at the boy, who had been standing with his mouth open in amazement. "Get on, boy. I'll give you a ride. But you, sir, forgive me. You are too big for my humble cart." Richard nodded and continued along the road, thinking that the people of the moon goddess's order had always been strange. After walking a bit, he turned and saw the boy already sitting on the seat, with the old man telling him something. Sighing tiredly, he walked on, recalling his first encounter with one of them. When Richard was 10 years old, he was walking towards the forge and somehow got lost, wandering between the dirty streets of his hometown. In an alley, he noticed a woman sleeping on the side of the road. Her clothes were dirty and gray, her hair unkempt and tangled, and around her neck hung the same moon symbol. As he passed by, she suddenly woke up and looked at him with surprised eyes, saying, "I smell a strong fate." Then she grabbed his hand. Richard tried to pull away, frightened, but she promised to do nothing, only asked to tell his fortune. He had no choice. She wouldn't let him go, and he had to agree. She let go of his hand and pulled out a deck of cards. After shuffling them well, she laid them out and drew 3. Richard no longer remembered what the cards were, but he remembered her words. Incredible. The fate of this world depends on you. You will save it or destroy it. Richard was initially shocked, but then laughed. He, an ordinary blacksmith's apprentice, would become a savior? It seemed ridiculous. Laughing, he left her, while she, on the contrary, was serious and looked at him with reverence. Since that incident, Richard didn't particularly trust people from this order, considering them charlatans. After a couple of miles, they saw the outlines of a village surrounded by a high palisade of sharp logs meant to protect the settlement from monster and animal attacks. As they approached, the road split, circling the village and leading inside through gates that were open. They were likely closed at night. People moved through them, going about their business with joyless and haggard faces. Drought and poverty left their marks on each of them. But when they saw the knight, they lifted their heads and whispered in surprise, "Who is this giant?" Richard paid them no attention and continued on his way. The old man on the cart followed, but soon stopped, and the boy jumped off, bowing and thanking both before running off. They entered the gates, and before them lay a small village with poor wooden houses covered with straw. Some houses had small gardens where nothing grew. Animal pens were visible in places. The main street intersected with smaller alleys. There were few people. Perhaps they were in the fields or occupied with other work. They walked down the main street, drawing surprised looks. Passing one of the houses, they saw a girl, thin and pitiful, dressed in what had once been a white dress, now black from soot and dirt. She hid behind a dry tree. Richard glanced at her, and when their eyes met, he saw fear and despair in them. Seeing she was noticed, she hid behind the houses. What happened to this poor girl, he thought. Continuing their way, they started looking for the local tavern and found it in the center of the village. It was a low but massive building made of dark wood, with a roof covered with tattered straw. The sign hanging above the door depicted a mug of frothy ale. Entering inside, Richard smelled the scent of wood smoke mixed with sour ale and old beer aromas. Inside it was dark and cool, the walls adorned with faded tapestries and shelves held old clay jugs. Long wooden tables and benches were scattered around the hall, most of which were empty. In the corner, a fireplace burned, its fire lazily crackling, lighting up the dark corners of the hall. Behind the counter stood the innkeeper, a stocky man with a bald head and a thick beard, his face etched with deep wrinkles that spoke of years of hard work. He looked at the knight and the monk who had entered his establishment with curiosity. A few patrons sat at tables wearily sipping their drinks. Their gazes turned toward the newcomers. Richard stepped forward, his armor clinking with each step. He approached the counter and nodded to the innkeeper. "Serve me your usual dish? And do you have a private room?" "You see, I have taken a knight's vow and cannot show my face," Richard said, looking at the innkeeper. The innkeeper was surprised but didn't ask any unnecessary questions. He called a young lad who led Richard to a small enclosed room off the main hall. The old monk tried to follow, but Richard blocked his way. "You see, I am blind and therefore won't see anything," the old man said indignantly. "We both know that's not true," Richard replied and shut the door in his face. Once in the small room, Richard waited. Soon, his food was brought, and he paid for it. When he was alone, he removed his helmet, which he had grown somewhat tired of, and began to eat. The meal was simple, stewed meat with potatoes and black bread. But after a long journey, it seemed like a feast. After finishing his meal, he put the helmet back on. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said, and the door opened. A young man, dressed a bit more lavishly than the other villagers, entered. His clothes, made of sturdy fabric, were adorned with embroidery and looked well kept. The young man's hair was dark and neatly trimmed, and his eyes shone with lively interest. He bowed and said, "Sir, the village elder sent me. As soon as he learned of your arrival, he asked me to escort you to him. Please, follow me." Richard understood and followed him. When he entered the hall, he saw the monk sitting at a table. Hearing the knight's steps, the old man immediately got up and followed. "He's quite persistent," Richard cursed to himself. They left the inn and headed toward the center of the village, where a large, beautiful house stood. It was the biggest and most well-kept building in the settlement. It was built of sturdy oak and had a roof covered with fresh straw. Flower boxes hung from the facade, and despite the drought, a few live plants grew in them. The windows were adorned with carved shutters, and a wooden bench stood in front of the entrance. The house was surrounded by a small but neat yard with a stone path leading to a massive oak door with wrought iron hinges. On the doorstep stood a plump old man with a round, ruddy face covered in gray stubble. His small, sharp eyes and large, slightly hooked nose gave him a keen look. He wore a richly embroidered caftan which, despite its age, looked tidy. His neatly arranged gray hair added to his imposing appearance, and his strong, muscular hands showed he was accustomed to physical labor. The old man smiled and bowed in greeting. "Welcome, Sir Knight," he said, straightening the folds on his richly embroidered caftan. "My name is Edmund. I am the elder of this village." Richard introduced himself in return, and the elder continued, "As you can see, we have been suffering from a drought for 3 years now. This calamity struck our village unexpectedly, but even worse, monsters have begun to proliferate. I don't know where they came from, but they attack our people. The biggest problem is that they have settled near our water source, which is just outside the village and is our main source of drinking water. We have another source, but it isn't enough for everyone, and we need to water the livestock as well. The river dried up a year ago, and we are on the brink of survival. Please, help us. When I heard that a knight had come to our village, I knew it was a sign from the heavens and that you are our savior." Richard frowned at his words. He didn't like being associated with the religion of light. It brought back unpleasant memories and opened wounds that hadn't healed yet. But he nodded. He needed the money. He would be grateful even for the crumbs the elder could offer. Richard had to think about sustenance, as he had a long journey ahead. Seeing that the knight agreed, the elder was delighted and called the same young man. "This is Graham. He will show you the way." As they were about to leave, the monk spoke up. "Please let me help. I can be of use." The elder looked at him uncertainly and nodded. Apparently, the Order of the Moon Goddess was unpopular even among common folk. Richard tried to object, but the monk was adamant. Then he gave up, realizing the monk wouldn't relent. They left the village and headed north. After half a mile, they turned onto a small path that led between the fields. The monk followed, this time on foot, having left his donkey and cart in the village. He held a staff, which he used to feel his way. Richard and his guide walked briskly, and the old man kept up, never stumbling, proving his ability to see. After crossing the fields, they found themselves in a small forest, where ancient trees intertwined their branches, creating twilight even in broad daylight. Soon they came across a small stream, its waters sparkling in the rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Graham stopped and said he wouldn't go any further because it was dangerous. He pointed to the stream and added that if they followed it, they would reach the source. Richard thanked him and turned to Balthazar. "Old man, don't you want to stay behind? I can't guarantee your safety beyond this point." Balthazar smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I have a few survival tricks up my sleeve." Richard nodded and, turning, trudged along the stream. After about 500 paces, he saw a small dam made of stones through which water trickled down the stream. Approaching closer, he looked around but saw no one. Then he turned his attention to the dam and noticed it was shallow, barely knee-deep. Water was bubbling up from the ground, releasing air bubbles. Richard decided to expand the search area and began to scour the bushes growing nearby. Suddenly he heard a disgruntled growl or croak, a muffled and indistinct sound. The bushes rustled, and a bunch of monsters spilled out of them. They resembled frogs, but had bodies like humans, covered in nasty, slimy skin. In their hands, they held sharp sticks. Surrounding Richard and the monk, the monsters started to dance and make croaking sounds as if in a battle trance, then simultaneously jumped. Richard turned his head worriedly towards the monk, but he pulled out a card that flew up, creating a yellow transparent shield around him. Seeing that the monk was safe, the knight swung his sword, cutting one of the monsters in half. The others, leaping, stuck their sticks into his armor but couldn't pierce it. They then began jumping on him, clinging to his body, trying to reach his flesh, and covering Richard with their disgusting slime. The knight dodged as best he could, cutting down one monster after another. Some he skewered through. The monk sat, watching the fight, his calm demeanor slightly irritating Richard. Seeing this, the monk threw another card, which attached itself to one of the creatures. The monster suddenly turned on its kin, evidently under a control spell. This slightly eased the flow of creatures attacking the knight, allowing him to kill almost all of them. Only 3 remained. Richard cut one down mid-air, sliced the legs off another, the sword gliding through like butter. The last one panicked and ran. Richard chased after it. He couldn't leave even one behind, knowing it could cost lives in the village. The creature darted through the bushes, breaking branches and hissing in pain. Richard was close behind, his heavy armor creaking, sword ready for the next strike. He pushed through dense thickets, crushing dry branches underfoot. Tall bushes blocked his view, but he never lost sight of the fleeing foe, his movements filled with determination. Suddenly, the monster veered to the side, plunging into tall, dry grass. Richard followed, trying not to fall behind. His breathing was heavy, but he didn't allow himself to stop. The grass whipped his face, leaving tiny scratches, but he paid no mind. Soon the thickets ended, and the monster dashed into the forest. The trees here stood close together, their canopies interwoven, casting a twilight even at midday. The forest was ancient and wild, with roots twisting across the ground like giant snakes. A sinister silence reigned here, broken only by the sounds of their footsteps and ragged breathing. Up ahead, the creature flitted between the trees, its sinister eyes glowing in the dim light like 2 green embers. The chase led them to a narrow ravine hidden in the shadows of the trees. The ravine's walls rose high, creating a narrow passage leading into the earth. The creature dove into the ravine without hesitation. Richard followed, his heavy steps echoing off the stone walls. The ravine led to a small cave hidden behind a moss-covered outcrop. The cave entrance was dark and foreboding, as if nature itself was warning of danger. The monster disappeared inside, and Richard, gritting his teeth, followed. Inside, the cave was spacious and cold, its walls damp and covered in moss. Long stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water that echoed through the cave. The floor was uneven, with sharp stones scattered about. In the depths of the cave, light penetrated weakly, with only occasional sunbeams filtering through cracks in the rock, illuminating the path. The silence of the cave was broken only by their footsteps and heavy breathing. Up ahead, in the dim light, the creature moved quickly, its eyes glowing ominously. Richard continued the pursuit, his steps growing faster and more confident. The deeper they went, the colder it became. The air was thick with dampness and the scent of earth. The path grew more winding, and Richard carefully watched each step to avoid slipping on the wet stones. Finally, the cave opened into a large underground chamber. A hole in the ceiling let in light, creating a dimly lit space. It was a dead end. The creature had nowhere to run and lunged at Richard. He simply raised his hand and with a swing of his sword beheaded it. The head thudded to the ground and the body collapsed with a wet slap. Sheathing his sword, Richard looked around. He had stumbled upon an intriguing place. It seemed someone had lived here. In the corner stood a wooden table with parchments and books. Shelves held bottles and jars filled with mysterious liquids, and in the center of the chamber stood an obelisk bearing the image of a rhombus with a pupil. That symbol again, he thought. Candles lay around the obelisk in a circle, and a pentagram drawn in blood was on the floor. Richard frowned. Offerings of bones lay before the obelisk. Upon closer inspection, he saw both animal and human skulls. He cursed, realizing that dark rituals had been conducted here. But for what purpose? Could this be linked to the drought? Was someone causing it or trying to end it? A whirlwind of questions spun in his mind. He looked around again, inspecting the ground, and was horrified to find numerous human bones and skulls scattered about. This place was horrific. Deciding to inspect the table and books, he found only old lore and potion recipes. Who lived here? He wondered. Suddenly, he heard a rustle and felt movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned sharply, crossing his arms in a shield-like gesture, and was struck by a powerful blow that sent him flying to the other side of the cave, crashing into the wall. Falling to the ground, he struggled to open his eyes. The blow had been truly strong. Where he had been, a monstrous creature now stood. It was tall, nearly twice the height of the knight, with burning eyes and an elongated face. Its hair, like a giant hat, stretched into a cone, exceeding the head's size threefold. It wore a red dress that seemed part of the creature. On its belt was an emblem of a skull, and from its neck, like tree branches, sprouted numerous arms. These arms bent and flexed, fingers seeming to grasp at something. They protruded from the neck around the body, forming a horrifying skirt of arms. In its hands, the creature held a basket filled with children's heads, screaming in agony. Suddenly, the creature let out a terrifying scream and lunged at Richard. He jumped up and, drawing his sword, deflected the incoming blow. The creature swung the basket like a club, and with each strike, the infant's wails created a mental assault. Richard felt the screams penetrate his mind, causing his heart to clench with pain and fear. He dodged as best he could, his sword flashing in the dim light, striking the enemy. But every move was an effort. The creature was incredibly fast and strong, its blows landing true, and Richard began to feel fatigue. With each moment, his movement slowed, and the creature seemed to sense it, its attacks growing fiercer. Suddenly, one of the basket's blows knocked Richard off his feet, and his helmet flew off. He fell to the ground, revealing the head of a wolf. The creature froze, its burning eyes widening, and it slowed its movements. It seemed to recognize something, its fingers still, and the basket lowered. Richard, breathing heavily, lifted his head. The creature, seeing his face, took a step back. In its eyes flickered something akin to pity. It let out a quiet, almost plaintive sound, and as if making a decision, slowly retreated into the darkness, disappearing into the depths of the cave. The knight, left alone, stared long in the direction where the creature had vanished. He couldn't understand what had just happened, but was grateful for the unexpected reprieve. He slowly got up, his body aching, feeling several broken bones. Taking a few steps, he picked up his helmet, put it on, and with a tired sigh, limped towards the exit. Walking through the cave, he felt strange sensations. The werewolf's regeneration was kicking in. The pain gradually subsided, bones knitting back together. By the time he emerged from the cave, he was almost healed. He was shocked by the properties of his new form. Previously, one blow would have killed him, but now things were different. The joy of new strength mingled with sadness. No matter how good these abilities were, he still wanted to be human. Silence reigned in the ravine, and Richard headed back, following his own tracks. Reaching the forest, he had walked half a mile when he suddenly heard a scream. What now? He thought to himself, and headed in that direction. Reaching the spot, he parted the branches and saw a clearing where a girl in a dress was crawling, with a monster slowly stalking her. It was one of those frog-like creatures. Apparently, he hadn't killed them all. Richard dashed forward and, reaching the monster, cut it in half mid-leap. Green blood splattered on the grass and the girl. She trembled with fear, looking from him to the slain monster. The knight extended his hand, offering help. The girl, overcoming herself, stood up, her knees shaking, and bowed, thanking her savior. Richard was embarrassed, saying it was nothing. But tears streamed from her eyes, and she collapsed to her knees, sobbing. He did nothing, allowing her to cry it out. Looking at her, he remembered the girl hiding behind the tree in the village. He felt sorry for her. He waited for about 10 minutes, standing at the edge of the clearing while the girl calmed down. Once she was composed, she stood up and thanked him again. He said he would escort her back to the village, and she agreed. "What is your name?" he asked her. "Carol," she replied, struggling to get the words out as if afraid to say too much. Richard introduced himself, and she nodded and started walking. They remained silent for the rest of the way. Finally, they arrived at the dam. There was no one there, not even the old man. They followed the path to the road and returned to the village. Carol stopped, saying she couldn't go any further. "Why?" Richard asked, but she only bowed again and disappeared among the houses. Soon Richard arrived at the elder's house and told him what had happened, including the cave and the huge creature. The elder listened with horror in his eyes, but thanked him and paid part of the reward. Richard needed to patrol the area for a few more days to ensure all the creatures were destroyed. The elder offered him a place to stay, but Richard declined, saying he would sleep at the inn. As Richard walked down the street, someone suddenly ran up to him, grabbed his hand, and pulled him aside. It was Carol. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she looked around nervously. Pulling him along, she whispered urgently, "Please, follow me." Richard, deciding to find out what she wanted, followed her. They slipped behind the houses into a small alley where Carol finally let go of his hand and bowed. "Forgive my rudeness, but the locals don't like me, so I couldn't act differently," she said, her voice trembling with nervousness. Locals don't like you? I wonder why, thought Richard. I heard you needed a place to stay, and since you saved me, please allow me to repay you by offering shelter, Carol continued, her eyes shining with sincerity. Richard felt sorry for her. Reluctantly, he agreed, recalling Liana's betrayal and remaining cautious. They walked through the village streets, with Carol constantly looking around as if afraid of being seen. The village was dark and quiet, with only a few lanterns lighting the way. Finally, they reached the farthest edge of the village and stopped in front of a small, old but well-kept house. It was built of dark wood, the roof covered with moss and straw, but everything looked neat and clean. The walls showed signs of dirt that someone had recently washed away. Carol opened the door and invited Richard inside. The interior was modest but cozy. In the center of the room stood a table covered with an old cloth. Shelves along the walls held cracked pots and jugs, and on one of them was an ancient lamp, casting a soft, warm light. In the corner was a hearth with a fire burning, filling the house with warmth and light. "Come in, sit down," Carol said, gesturing to the table. She offered him dinner, but he sighed tiredly and said he wasn't hungry, explaining the rules of his nightly vow. She nodded understandingly, poured herself some tea, and sat by the fire. Richard struggled with a question that had been bothering him and finally decided to ask. "Forgive me for asking, but why do the villagers treat you so poorly?" Carol looked deeply at the knight, her hand holding the cup of tea trembling, as did her voice. "The thing is, they believe I am a witch," she began. "From the moment I was born, all the curses of this world fell upon me. Not a single day went by when I was happy. Even my own family turned away from me. I survived thanks to the tiny mercy of a few people. That's how I grew up on the outskirts of life in this village." Richard listened to her, and his heart filled with pity for this poor girl. "I was born the 7th daughter," she continued. "In our village, it's believed that if a 7th daughter is born, she will undoubtedly be a witch. From the moment I was born, I was cursed. For a while, I didn't even know what affection and love were until I saw how other children were loved. I was always chased away and made to do only the dirtiest work. Every misfortune was blamed on me. Sometimes I was beaten so severely that I nearly died. You are the first person to treat me with pity and respect. When you extended your hand to me, it was the happiest moment of my life. I am truly grateful to you." When she finished speaking, Richard looked at her with pity. Poor girl, he thought. She bore all the vices of this world. She sat before him, her eyes full of tears, her hands trembling, a symbol of all the injustices and cruelties that people could inflict on each other. Watching Carol, Richard asked, "Have you ever thought of leaving the village?" Carol sighed and replied, looking into the fire. "Yes, I have had that desire, but something always held me back. Sometimes my cowardice, sometimes a strange bond with this village. So I still stayed here. Sometimes passing travelers spoke of the outside world, and I eavesdropped on their conversations, dreaming of one day leaving. Maybe one day I'll gather the courage, take my belongings, and set out on a long journey. Who knows when that will happen?" Her eyes clouded with sadness, and she took another sip of tea. After that, they fell silent. The room was filled with silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Soon, Carol stood and pointed to a room at the back of the house where a simple straw bed stood. "This is your room for the night," she said softly. Richard thanked her and closed the door behind him. He lay down on the bed, feeling his body sink into the softness of the straw. Thousands of thoughts swirled in his head about the day's events, the battles, encounters, and uncovered secrets. He thought about Carol, her suffering and hopes, her bravery despite all the trials she had faced. Closing his eyes, he drifted into sleep, where the past and future intertwined, creating strange visions. He dreamt of Lyanna in the arms of Sir Goodwin, with Gareth and Master Erwin standing beside them. They all looked down at him, laughing loudly and pointing fingers. He looked around and realized he was floating in a huge, boiling cauldron of soup, while Gareth stirred it with a giant ladle. The water boiled and he began to flail in it. Suddenly he heard the ringing of a bell. Not understanding where it came from, Richard woke up realizing he was lying in bed. Outside, desperate screams and other noises could be heard. He jumped up, put on his helmet, drew his sword, and left the room. The house was empty. Carol had gone somewhere. He headed outside and realized something was happening. Making his way to the main streets, he saw people running towards the village center, their faces filled with terror. He noticed the young man named Graham running by. Stopping him, Richard asked what was happening. Trying to catch his breath, Graham began to speak, his eyes filled with fear and despair. It happened just after dark. We closed the gates and headed home. All the villagers were preparing for bed when we suddenly heard a strange knocking. It echoed through the village and seemed to pound inside our heads. People started coming outside, searching for the source of the sound, which led everyone to the gates. We opened the window in the gate to see what it might be, but nothing happened. Then suddenly, a terrible creature emerged from the darkness. It scared everyone so much that they all backed away immediately, and then we heard a scream. It was the watchman on the tower, screaming his lungs out. I climbed the tower and saw hundreds, if not more, of these creatures completely surrounding the village. When the villagers found out, panic ensued and everyone ran to the village center. Apparently, these creatures can't get through the fence, but either way, we're doomed and might die. Having said this, Graham broke free and ran off. Richard frowned, gripping his sword, and headed toward the gates. Upon reaching them, he found no one there. Peering through the window, Richard looked around but saw nothing. Soon he heard the knocking again, as if someone was beating on a skull from the inside. The knocking continued, and suddenly a creature emerged from the darkness. It floated in the air like a ghost, but was solid, as the grass beneath it flattened and withered, turning black. The creature was an elongated sphere covered in thick hair trailing along the ground. Instead of a face, it had a deer skull glowing with red fire. Its hands were human but shriveled, unnaturally jutting out from its sides and constantly moving. This creature evoked a sense of unnaturalness and primal fear. When the creature abruptly moved toward Richard, he jumped back in fear. But as the creature approached the window, it couldn't push its hand through, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Apparently, the village had some sort of shield protecting it. Soon, hundreds of similar creatures started emerging from the darkness, as if sensing prey. Richard stepped back, trying to think of what to do next, but nothing came to mind. He decided to go to the elder. His thoughts swirled with questions and plans, but no clear solution. When Richard nearly reached the village center, he saw a crowd of people, their faces hardened and filled with bloodlust. They had gathered around something, and Richard had to push through them to get closer. At first, they looked around nervously, but seeing who it was, they immediately stepped aside. Finally, he saw what had gathered all these people, and his blood ran cold. In the center of the crowd, amidst angry shouts, he saw Carol tied to a stake. Under her, they were piling logs and kindling, preparing for a fire. She was unconscious. The people shouted, "Witch! Burn the witch! She's to blame for everything!" As he looked into their faces, he saw inhuman rage. It was as if a pack of wild animals had gathered, demanding a sacrifice. Fury gripped Richard, and he was about to charge into the crowd, swinging his sword, but someone grabbed his arm. It was Balthazar, the blind monk. He shook his head side to side and spoke quietly. "Things are not as they seem." He showed Richard a card depicting a monster, half human. Richard was enraged. This card could describe him too. He snapped, "Are you crazy, old man?" and broke free of his grip, leaping into the center of the crowd. The villagers had already started the fire, and its flames were licking at the poor girl like a monster. Richard jumped to the stake, sparks flying, and cut the ropes with his sword. He scooped Carol into his arms and leapt out of the flames. The crowd groaned in displeasure, and several men with pitchforks stepped forward to confront him. But Richard swung his sword in a wide arc, and their bravery evaporated, and the crowd parted, continuing to murmur and shout curses. Richard paid them no heed. He headed for the village exit, knowing Carol was not safe here. Better to die at the hands of monsters than on a pyre. Maybe he could somehow deal with these creatures. When Richard reached the gates, he opened them slightly and stepped outside, clutching his sword in one hand and holding Carol in the other. Bracing for battle, he listened to the night. Soon the familiar knocking sounded from the darkness, and one of the creatures emerged into the light. Richard was ready to fight, but nothing happened. He moved forward, and soon hundreds of these creatures surrounded him but did nothing. Even the knocking in his head subsided. Something is wrong here, he thought. Suddenly, Carol woke up and looked around, seemingly understanding everything. Reaching out to Richard's helmet, she gently caressed it and said, "Thank you for saving me, and forgive me." Smoke wafted from her hands and seeped into his helmet. Breathing it in, Richard felt his vision blur, and he began to lose consciousness. Soon, he collapsed to the ground and blacked out. He woke up a few minutes later, thanks to his natural resilience, his werewolf resistance. Sitting up and looking around, he saw no creatures, but screams of horror echoed from the village. Jumping up, he grabbed his sword and headed there. Chaos and panic reigned in the village. Blood was everywhere. Hundreds of monsters were slaughtering people, and the sight made Richard's heart sink. He ran to the nearest monsters and started cutting them down. They fought back, but they weren't invincible. Destroying one after another, Richard saw the creature he had met in the cave. It was devouring people, and he realized all these monsters were connected to it. He had to destroy it. He ran towards it and saw the old monk defending many people with his transparent shield barrier. But there were those who had fallen victim to the monsters. Richard continued running and, swinging, struck the main monster with his sword. The creature did not expect the attack and took damage. Several arms around its neck fell off and dropped to the ground. The monster roared and moved towards the knight. The battle was fierce. The monster attacked with its basket, trying to knock him down. Its hands slid over his armor, leaving deep scratches. Richard tried to dodge, but the monster was faster. One of the blows knocked the sword from his hands, and Richard fell to the ground, struggling to get up. The monster raised its arm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But at that moment, something awoke in Richard. An inner rage and the strength of a berserker overwhelmed him. He roared like a wild beast and grabbed his sword with renewed strength. His strikes became more powerful and precise. Richard began to cut off the monster's arms one by one. With each severed arm, The monster roared in pain and fury. At some point, Richard's helmet flew off, revealing his wolf-like face, but he kept fighting, ignoring it. His animalistic features became more pronounced. The monster, seeing his transformation, tried to retreat, but the knight gave it no chance. He delivered the final blow, driving his sword straight into the creature's neck. The monster's head flew off. The body collapsed to the ground, and dark blood gushed out, soaking the earth around it. The creatures began to emit horrifying screams, then crumbled into pieces, leaving behind only dolls made of twigs and threads. People slowly regained their senses and began helping each other, but Richard paid them no mind. He only looked at the place where the main monster had died. There lay a headless body in a familiar dress. Nearby was Carol's head. Richard stood in a daze, his gaze empty. Slowly, thoughts began to swirl in his head. Why did she do this? How did this happen? Were these people to blame? His eyes stung with tears that ran down the fur on his face. This world was too cruel and unjust. People created monsters that killed them. Would they ever change? Richard pondered the lies, betrayal, envy, and anger that plagued humanity. Would they chase them until the end of existence? Or would people eventually understand that there was nothing wrong with their differences and stop killing each other? The crowd's shouts distracted him from his thoughts. He looked around, trying to understand what was happening. People gathered around, raising pitchforks and fists, shouting angrily. Richard finally made out their cries. "Get out, monster! You brought this upon us!" In their faces he saw fear. He realized he was standing without his helmet, and the people didn't care that he was their savior. They only saw a monster. The knight slowly picked up his helmet and put it on. Then, sheathing his sword, he took off his cloak and wrapped Carol's body in it. Suddenly, he saw the boy he had saved in the forest, his face devoid of hatred, clinging tightly to the coat of the man standing next to him. Richard sighed wearily and headed towards the village exit, passing the hostile crowd. After a few miles, he found a suitable spot and began to dig a grave. First with his hands, then helping with his sword, as the drought had made the ground hard. He continued digging until the grave was deep enough. Carefully placing the girl's body in it, folding her hands on her chest, he gave her one last look and began to cover her. Disguising the grave, fearing the locals would desecrate it, the knight stepped onto the road and started walking. He walked, reflecting on what had happened. Soon, he heard the sound of hooves. Stopping, Richard saw a familiar cart pulled by a donkey. The old man in a straw hat was sitting in it. Stopping next to Richard, the old man said, "It seems we are headed the same way. So, I'll keep you company." Richard said nothing, turning and trudging alone down the road. Chapter 3. Agna threw on a dark cloak, its heavy fabric enveloping her figure. Easily opening the wooden door, she stepped into the garden bathed in bright daylight. It was filled with the aromas of summer flowers, and sunlight pierced through the dense crowns of trees, casting whimsical shadows on the ground. She walked along familiar paths and reached the back gate, careful not to let the rusty hinges creak. Stepping beyond the estate, she felt a slight relief, as if her father's mansion was a cage from which she had temporarily escaped. The path leading into the forest was covered with fallen leaves and branches that crunched under her feet. Under the cloak, she wore armor that somewhat restricted her movements, but it was a familiar weight, a part of her secret life. The iron and leather rubbed against her skin, reminding her of her dream and the necessity of keeping it hidden. The forest was quiet and bright, with sunlight breaking through the thick foliage, creating a play of light and shadow on the ground. The leaves whispered under the gentle breeze, and the path, well trodden by her many times, led her to her cherished destination. Soon, Agna emerged onto a small glade surrounded by tall oaks. In the center stood a training dummy, a simple wooden post wrapped in straw and cloth. She shrugged off her cloak, fully revealing her armor. The sunlight glided over the metal, giving it a sinister gleam. Agna drew her sword and began her exercises with quick and precise strikes slicing through the air. Each swing, each thrust was filled with hidden fury and despair. In her mind, the dummy transformed into her fiancé, a fat and lazy youth, the son of Count Greaves. The mere thought of him disgusted her. He was younger than her, weak and spoiled, lacking ambition and spirit. She hated him, but they were being forced to marry. The wedding was to take place the day after tomorrow, and this thought robbed her of peace. Every strike of the sword expressed her hatred and disappointment. She imagined what it would be like to be free if her life weren't predetermined by others' decisions. Her dream had always been to become a knight, to fight in tournaments and protect the kingdom. But reality was cruel. She couldn't go against her father's will, against social norms and expectations. She was a prisoner of her destiny, and her swords were the only outlet for her soul. Soon she grew tired and decided to rest. Stopping, she removed her heavy armor and sat on the grass, feeling her muscles ache from the strain. After sitting for a while, she stood up and wandered through the forest, her thoughts beginning to drift. Her whole life flashed through her mind like a whirlpool of memories. Her father had always treated her well, but as soon as her childhood ended, talks of marriage began. She was only 16, and she hadn't yet had a chance to know the world, but they already wanted to marry her off to some monster. She hated the thought, feeling like a commodity ready for sale. Walterus, her fiancé, the son of Baron Greaves, was younger than her, fat and spoiled, devoid of any ambitions or spirit. Not noticing how her feet had led her to the edge of an abyss, she suddenly stopped. It was a huge pit, 10 feet in diameter, plunging deep into the ground. It was surrounded by a fence of stones to prevent anyone from accidentally falling in. Its depth seemed endless, and many said this hole led straight to hell. Others claimed that evil spirits lived there, so no one dared to come close. Once, a merchant suggested using this pit as a waste dump. Agna's father, upon learning of this, almost beheaded him. In their family, it was passed down from generation to generation that this place should not be disturbed. But lately, Agna had often noticed her brother Edmund here. He was mean and selfish, often picking on her in childhood. In recent months, he had started giving her strange looks, as if seeing in her not a sister, but something else. He had become distant, whispering to himself when he thought no one was listening. Agna approached the edge of the pit and looked down. She saw only darkness, as if the abyss itself was swallowing the light. Sighing, she recalled how her brother once nearly pushed her into it when they were children, laughing his cruel laugh. Now his strange behavior scared her even more. She wondered what attracted him here. Perhaps he was searching for something in this darkness, or maybe he was connected to the ancient legends surrounding this place. Agna felt a chill down her spine and stepped back from the edge. Suddenly, she heard a noise, and her attention shifted from the abyss's darkness to the forest. From the dense thicket emerged a strange company. Leading the way was a tall knight, so tall that Agna would have called him a giant. He was clad in black armor and a helmet that seemed to absorb sunlight, giving him a menacing appearance. A dark gray cloak billowed behind him. He carried a travel bag on his shoulder and a massive sword on his back, which seemed disproportionately large even for his enormous size. Beside the knight ran a small animal the size of a dog, resembling a wolf, but with a pair of horns on its head. Its fur was an unusual blue shade, making it even more mysterious. The animal frolicked around the knight, wagging its tail cheerfully. Behind the knight rode an old man on a donkey. The old man wore a straw hat and sat confidently in the saddle despite his blindness, indicated by scars where his eyes once were. He had a broad, cunning smile, giving him the appearance of a merry sage. The old man laughed loudly and talked to the donkey as if it could understand him. The knight, on the other hand, constantly grumbled and twitched strangely, as if he wanted to scratch himself but couldn't in his armor. The heavy metal plates seemed uncomfortable, perhaps unbearable for constant wear. Agna found it odd that he wore them all the time. Who could they be, she wondered. Richard wearily trudged through the forest. The past few days had not been pleasant. They had passed through several villages in search of work, but luck was not on their side. Money was running out, and Balthazar had to sell his cart. He shed many tears parting with it, but it helped them for a while. The old man hadn't let go of Richard and accompanied him everywhere despite his protests. They continued their journey, heading south. One day, in one of the villages, they decided to treat themselves and spend the night in an inn, using the money from selling the cart. It turned out to be a mistake, as the bed was apparently infested with fleas that moved onto the knight overnight, constantly bothering him. This amused the old man, who kept laughing at him. When Richard, angry and irritated, asked why the fleas hadn't infested him too, the old man only smirked. "I am bald, and besides, I can use magic to create a barrier that destroys them," Balthazar replied and asked, "By the way, why can't you use magic?" Richard didn't respond. He had learned light magic, but it conflicted with his wolfish nature. He didn't know any other magic. "Do you want me to teach you?" Balthazar offered. Richard reluctantly agreed, thinking it might work. The old man gave him a few lessons, but so far nothing had worked. Along the way, Richard kept practicing. They continued their journey, and one day, while searching for prey, they ventured deeper into the forest and discovered the corpses of monsters. It was strange. They wondered what could have happened here. The bodies looked fresh, and there were no signs of a struggle or tracks of other creatures around them. As they surveyed the area, they noticed movement in the bushes. Expecting to see what it might be, they saw a puppy emerge. It was strange, possibly the offspring of a monster. Surprisingly, the puppy immediately attached itself to Richard, as if he were its mother. He didn't want to take it with them, but the old man began to persuade him, saying it would be useful to him. Richard refused, so Balthazar began to care for the animal himself. Since then, Enzio, as the old man named him, had become their companion, irritating the knight with his constant barking. Soon they came upon another village and heard that Count Graydon's was holding a tournament in honor of his daughter's wedding. The prize was 1,000 crowns, a huge sum that would allow them to forget about their travel expenses. They headed toward the Count's estate, hoping for luck. As they emerged from the forest, Richard noticed a young girl in armor standing by a stone fence holding a sword. It surprised him. He approached the stone fence that bordered a huge hole in the ground. The stones were old, covered with moss and dust, testifying to their long existence. He then leaned over the edge and looked down. Cold, damp air rose from below, carrying the smell of moisture and decay. The deep darkness swallowed the light, making it seem like the bottom of the hole was infinitely far away. Richard felt as if he was being drawn into the abyss. Taking his gaze off the abyss, he addressed the stranger. "What are you doing here, young lady?" His voice sounded gruff, but his eyes showed more interest than he wanted to reveal. The girl lifted her head and met his gaze. "I'm just resting," she replied, trying to hide her anxiety. "And you? Who are you?" "We are travelers," Balthazar intervened, smiling cheerfully. "Looking for work and a bit of luck. This place seems quite interesting to us. I am a servant of the goddess of the moonlit night, Balthazar, and this knight is Sir Richard." "My name is Agna," she said, bowing. Richard couldn't help but notice her fatigue and despair, hidden behind a brave exterior. Enzio, sensing the change in mood, stopped barking and approached the girl, sniffing her and wagging his tail. The girl smiled and knelt down, petting him on the head. "His name is Enzio," Richard said, softening for the first time. "It seems he likes you." "He's wonderful," she replied, looking at the puppy. Then she stood up and looked at them, asking, "Are you heading to the estate?" Richard answered, "We want to sign up for the tournament. Could you show us the way?" She nodded, sighing. "The path is simple. You need to go straight through the forest to the large oak grove, then turn right. There will be a wide trail leading to the estate. But if you want, I can show you the way." Richard bowed in gratitude. "If you have time, it would be very kind of you." Agna smiled. "No problem. Follow me." Before they set off, Richard glanced at the hole again. He felt a strange sensation, as if a call was coming from the abyss. A shiver ran down his spine, as if the darkness itself was whispering unknown words to him. For a moment, he couldn't take his eyes off the bottomless darkness. "Hey, are you coming?" Balthazar sharply asked, pulling Richard out of his reverie. Richard flinched and looked away from the hole. "Yes, I'm coming," he said, trying to shake off the strange feeling. They followed the girl knight through the forest. It was full of sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling underfoot, and a light breeze playing in the tree crowns. Soon, Agna stopped. "Wait a minute," she said, and rushed into the bushes. After a while, she returned with a helmet on her head. Apparently, she wanted to hide her identity. "Let's continue," she said, and the company moved forward again. They emerged onto a road where many people were walking. The road was wide and well-trodden, surrounded by lush trees and shrubs. People walked in groups, some leading carts, others carrying bags and bundles. The atmosphere was lively, filled with conversations and laughter. Soon they approached Count Graydon's estate. It was a large, majestic building surrounded by high stone walls. The gates were open, and a steady stream of people flowed through them. The estate grounds housed numerous buildings and beautiful gardens with fountains and statues. Agna confidently led them to one of the buildings where the tournament registration was located. A line of people wanting to sign up stood at the entrance. Some were in armor, others in simple clothes, but all were filled with determination and hope for victory. "Here is the registration," Agna said, pointing to the building. "You'll need to wait in line." Richard bowed to her again in gratitude. "Thank you for your help, my lady. We would have searched for the road much longer without you." Agna nodded. "Glad to help. Good luck in the tournament." As they approached the registration desk, they heard the sound of trumpets and the noise of the crowd. People buzzed with excitement, passing on the news that the Baron had arrived with his son and retinue. Upon hearing this, Agna turned pale. "I need to go," she quickly said, and not waiting for a response, hurried off into the crowd. Richard and Balthazar exchanged glances and decided to see who had arrived. They moved to the main road. where a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, trying to catch a glimpse of the Baron and his entourage. The procession was impressive. Heralds led the way, blowing golden trumpets announcing the arrival of an important person. Behind them followed a group of well-armed guards in shining armor, their helmets glinting in the sun. They moved with pride and confidence, clearing the way for their lords. In the center of the procession rode Baron Haemon Greaves himself. He was a large, imposing man with gray hair and a beard, dressed in rich clothing adorned with his house's emblems. The emblem was magnificently embroidered on his cloak, a silver griffin on a crimson background holding a golden sword with 3 black stars above it. Next to him rode his son, Walterus Greaves, a young man with an arrogant expression. He was dressed in expensive clothes, but his appearance was pampered. He was fat and unprepossessing. In the young man's eyes, there was neither strength nor determination, only vanity and smugness. He looked at the crowd with a haughty smirk, clearly enjoying the attention. With them rode a huge knight in black armor, striking fear into everyone who saw him. One of the onlookers asked, "Who is that?" Another replied, "That's the personal guard of the Baron's son, Noguchi, known as the Black Titan." As the procession passed by, Noguchi glanced at Richard. Their eyes met for a moment, and Richard felt a chill run down his spine, as if that look penetrated his very soul. The knight seemed to be assessing him as a rival, but then turned away, as if deeming him unworthy of attention. When the guests left, the crowd dispersed, and Richard went to register. He stood in line, and, after waiting for some time, registered. The tournament was to begin the next morning, and he had little time to prepare for the trials ahead. After looking around the estate a bit, they headed towards the nearby village. The village was in festive chaos, preparing for the wedding of the Count's daughter. The streets were decorated with garlands and ribbons, and the houses with bright flowers. The air was filled with the smell of fresh pastries and roasted meat, which whetted the travelers' appetites. Crowds of people, including knights, merchants, and guests, filled the streets. There was joy and excitement everywhere, children running and playing, while adults discussed the upcoming events. Passing by a bustling square, the travelers heard a village woman with a concerned face walking among the people asking, "Have you seen my husband? He went missing this morning and hasn't returned?" Her voice trembled with worry. They moved further and noticed several other people searching for their relatives. A woman with a small child in her arms loudly asked, "Has anyone seen my brother? He was here yesterday, but I haven't seen him since." Another person, an old man with a cane, was asking passers-by about his son. Despite the festive atmosphere, these troubling moments did not go unnoticed. Richard paid attention to the worried faces and the whispers among the people, but it seemed that most villagers and guests were trying not to give it much thought, absorbed in the preparations for the celebration. "Strange," Richard said as they left the village. "Why is no one paying attention to the disappearances?" "Perhaps the celebration overshadows common sense," Balthazar replied. "People prefer not to think about bad things, especially when there's fun ahead." They decided not to stay in the village and left its bounds. Finding a secluded spot among the trees, they set up a small camp. Setting up for the night, they lit a fire to warm up and cook dinner. Night gradually enveloped them, and only the crackling of the fire disturbed the silence. Richard sat by the fire trying to use magic as the old man Balthazar had shown him. But nothing worked despite his efforts. He concentrated, trying to feel the energy flows, but it was all in vain. The old man noticed his struggle and sat down next to him. "Do you know about the different types of magic?" Balthazar asked. Richard shook his head. In the Order of Light, they weren't told about other types of magic, considering them heresy. The old man nodded and continued. There are several types of magical energy in the world. The first is general magic, which most people can use. For example, light magic and moon magic. There's also dark magic. It doesn't require a special lineage and can be used by anyone, depending on their worldview and personal qualities. Then there's innate magic, which is rare and passed down through generations. Finally, there's curse magic. It has its own peculiarities. Your curse limits you, and you can't use light magic. But I think you should be able to use moon magic freely. Richard looked at the scars where the old man's eyes used to be and realized that he could see, but in a different way. Balthazar raised his hand and, opening his palm, concentrated. A white flame appeared on his hand, emitting cold rather than heat. Just focus and absorb the energy of the moon, then mentally direct it into your palm, the old man said. Richard focused and finally felt the particles of energy. The more he absorbed, the better he felt. It seemed like the energy began to flow into him like a river. Then he opened his palm, and a flame appeared, starting to grow, overshadowing everything around. Balthazar was frightened and shouted at him to stop, but there was a flash that lit up everything around. Cries of people, frightened by the bright light, echoed around. To Richard's surprise, the old man was joyful. "I knew you had a predisposition for this type of magic," he said, but didn't have time to finish as the guards arrived. He had to deal with them, explaining that he was a monk of the goddess of the moonlit night. And in the end, he bribed them, spending the remaining money. Richard sat with an apologetic expression, but the old man just waved it off. "Don't worry," Balthazar said. "This was important. Now I'll teach you the next technique." The old man raised his staff and pointed at Richard's sword. "Moon magic can be used to create a glowing sword. Focus on your palm as you did before and absorb the energy. Then direct it not just into your palm, but into your weapon." Richard closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt the moon's energy flow through his body and into the sword. The sword began to emit a soft light, growing brighter. Richard opened his eyes and saw his sword glowing with a silver light as if illuminated by the moon. "Now strike," Balthazar said. Richard raised his sword and struck the air. The glowing sword left a luminous trail, as if cutting through the air itself. The concentrated energy in the sword was released, and Richard felt its power. "Not bad," Balthazar said, pleased with the result. "This is just the beginning. With this power, you can achieve a lot. Now rest. Tomorrow we have a tournament." Richard nodded, smiling gratefully at the old man. He felt he had made progress in his training and was ready for the upcoming challenges. The next day, early in the morning, they headed to the estate, where the arena for the tournament was set up. It was located on a spacious clearing, surrounded by high stands decorated with flags and noble house crests. In the center of the arena was a large fighting area covered with sand. Around the perimeter of the arena were spectacular shields and weapons prepared for the participants. Crowds of people filled the stands, their excited voices merging into a continuous hum. Knights, merchants, peasants, and noble guests had gathered from all over the kingdom to witness this grand event. The atmosphere was tense and full of anticipation. Richard headed to the arena to prepare for his first battle, while Balthazar took a seat in the stands to watch the tournament. The old man watched the proceedings with interest, clearly hoping to see his student showcase his abilities. The start of the tournament was marked by the appearance of a herald dressed in a bright, richly adorned costume. He stepped into the center of the arena and raised his hand, calling for silence. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. to this magnificent tournament held by Count Greddens in honor of his daughter's wedding," the herald loudly announced. "Today we will witness great battles and noble feats. Warriors from all over the kingdom have gathered here to demonstrate their strength, agility, and courage." The herald paused, allowing the crowd to express their approval with loud applause and cheers. Then he continued, "The rules of the first round are as follows. 89 knights will fight each other in a survival match until only 8 remain. These 8 chosen ones will continue their struggle in the second round. Another important rule in the first round is that magic is prohibited. Remember, honor and valor are what matters in this tournament." With these words, the knights began to enter the arena, ready for battle. Among them was Richard, his armored figure standing out against the other participants. He felt excitement and adrenaline filling him. The crowd roared, cheering for their favorites, and the atmosphere was electric. Richard was ready for his first trial, and despite all the hardships, he knew this was his chance to prove his strength and achieve victory. When the signal to start the fight sounded, the arena filled with the clash of metal and the cries of battling knights. Each participant sought to demonstrate their valor and skill, but also understood the importance of staying alive. Richard, due to his imposing size and powerful build, immediately drew attention. Most knights tried to avoid him, fearing a direct confrontation. For a while, Richard simply stood in the center of the arena, assessing the situation and observing his surroundings. His gaze darted from one opponent to another, searching for weaknesses and possible threats. He was ready for battle, but knew that hasty actions could lead to defeat. Suddenly, several knights attacked him at once. 3 opponents charged at him from different sides in a coordinated assault. Richard reacted instantly, dodging one knight's strike and blocking another's sword with his shield. The third knight tried to strike him from behind, but Richard turned swiftly, delivering a crushing blow to the knight's chest, knocking him off his feet. He managed to fend off the first attack, but the enemies did not retreat. Richard used his physical strength and agility to deal with the attackers. He moved quickly and confidently, blocking blows and delivering his own with powerful precision. One knight attempted to approach him from behind, but Richard noticed and swiftly turned, striking the opponent to the ground. After dealing with the initial attackers, Richard began actively seeking out opponents. He moved across the arena, challenging those who seemed worthy adversaries. His movements were powerful and precise, each strike calculated and deadly. Opponents who faced him quickly realized they couldn't withstand his strength and agility. The fight continued, and time flew by unnoticed. An hour later, when the final signal sounded, Richard stood among the few remaining. He was drenched in sweat, his armor covered in dust and scratches, but he felt satisfied with his victory. The crowd roared, applauding the remaining knights and expressing their admiration for their skill. Richard, breathing heavily, looked around. 8 knights, including himself, were left standing. He knew there were many trials ahead, but the first step was taken. Among them, he noticed Noguchi, whom he had seen earlier, realizing he might face him later. After the first round ended, the knights were given a short break. During this time, actors came onto the arena to entertain the crowd with a theatrical performance. It was a spectacle full of magic and wonder. The actors played scenes from legends and myths, telling stories of ancient heroes and great deeds. Magical illusions created by the troupe's magicians appeared on stage. Giant dragons made of light and shadow, knights in shining armor, beautiful fairies, and monsters. Lights shimmered and danced in the air, creating an atmosphere of enchantment. One actor conjured magical fire, which turned into birds, soaring above the arena, and disappeared in clouds of sparks. The crowd was delighted, their applause and cheers unceasing. When the performance ended, the herald returned to the arena to announce the start of the second round. The participants drew lots to find out their opponents. Richard drew number 7, and his opponent drew number 1. Richard stepped onto the arena, and the crowd cheered, welcoming him. He felt adrenaline fill his body again, preparing for the new fight. His opponent was a short man dressed in green armor. He had a thin saber that gleamed in the sun. The fight began, and the opponent immediately showed his agility, easily dodging Richard's attacks. He moved quickly and gracefully, almost like dancing, while his saber flashed like lightning. Richard realized that this fight would require more than just strength. Suddenly, the opponent began using wind magic. Dust rose, reducing visibility in the arena. Richard could barely make out silhouettes and only heard the whistle of the wind and the rustle of steps. The opponent used magic to attack stealthily, delivering quick strikes and then disappearing in the dust cloud. Richard focused, relying on his senses. He understood that wind magic was his opponent's advantage, but he also knew that his own agility and intuition could help him win. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds around him, trying to catch the slightest movements. The opponent attacked again, but Richard managed to dodge in time, sensing the incoming strike. He used his physical strength and agility to counterattack. His blows were powerful and precise, and each time he got closer to his opponent. Finally, he caught the moment when the opponent made a mistake. Swinging his sword, Richard delivered a powerful blow, knocking the saber from his opponent's hands. The opponent lost his balance and fell to his knees. Richard stood over him, his sword at the ready, but did not deliver the final blow. The crowd exploded with applause and cheers, celebrating Richard's victory. He helped his opponent to his feet, showing respect for his skill and agility. The herald announced him the winner, and Richard felt a wave of relief and pride wash over him. After the first fight ended, the duels continued in the arena. Richard watched his future opponents, evaluating their strength and technique. His attention was particularly drawn to one knight, Noguchi, who defeated his opponent almost instantly. This impressed Richard, and he realized this warrior would be a serious contender. An hour later, Richard faced his second fight. As he stepped onto the arena, he saw his opponent, a knight from the Graydon's family, known for his skill and ruthlessness in battle. This knight, named Sir Edmund, was tall and muscular, with a stern expression. His armor was adorned with the Graydon's family crest, a black boar on a gold background, symbolizing their strength and power. Richard had seen Sir Edmund fight before, and knew he was a formidable opponent. The fight began, and the crowd roared with excitement. Edmund attacked first, his strikes powerful and precise. Richard dodged and blocked, trying not to make any mistakes. The battle was fierce. They exchanged blows, their swords clashing with a deafening clang. Each of them tried to find a weak spot in the other's defense. Edmund was incredibly strong and agile, and Richard felt this fight would be a tough challenge. Suddenly, Edmund made an unexpected maneuver, circling Richard and delivering a strong blow to his shield. Richard staggered but quickly regained his balance and counterattacked, forcing Edmund to step back a few paces. The crowd held their breath, watching their every move. Suddenly, Richard felt his body stiffen. He couldn't move, as if trapped by invisible chains. His heart raced, realizing he was under the effect of paralyzing magic. Edmund, seeing this, quickly rushed towards him with his sword at the ready. This could be the end for Richard. Gathering all his strength, Richard focused and began channeling the magic. He felt the moon's energy fill his body, giving him the power to break free. At the last moment, when Edmund's sword was within striking distance, Richard managed to break free and deflect the attack. The stands erupted with cheers, thrilled by the spectacle. Richard counterattacked, delivering powerful blows. Suddenly, he noticed his opponent's sword turn black, and he felt dark magic emanating from it. Due to the rising dust, others didn't notice, but Richard realized he had to act quickly. He focused on moon magic. Though weaker during the day, he felt a surge of energy. Concentrating, he directed the magic into his sword, which glowed with a silver light. Richard struck with the glowing sword, and icy energy enveloped his opponent. Sir Edmund was frozen and thrown back, falling unconscious. His helmet fell off, and Richard saw his face, along with a tattoo on his neck, a black circle with a red diamond shaped like an eye. Richard recalled where he had seen that tattoo before and had a bad feeling. The crowd roared in delight, but Richard felt uneasy. He stood and headed toward the exit, sensing that there was more to this fight than met the eye. After Richard's victory, the arena continued to come alive with new battles. Noguchi won his next fight, and his victory was as impressive as the first. The crowd applauded his skill, and Richard understood that this warrior would be his main opponent in the final. After some time, the herald came out again and announced the beginning of the final match. Richard felt a slight nervousness, knowing his opponent was incredibly strong. As they stepped onto the arena, the crowd roared in anticipation. Noguchi was a tall, robust warrior with a stern expression. His armor was black with silver embellishments, and his eyes gleamed with determination. He held a massive sword that looked heavy enough to fell any opponent. The fight began, and Richard made the first move, attacking his opponent. Their swords clashed with a deafening ring, and Richard immediately understood how strong his opponent was. Noguchi skillfully dodged attacks and delivered powerful strikes. Each one felt through Richard's armor. Suddenly, Richard was struck in the side and crashed to the ground. Pain shot through his body, but he gritted his teeth and stood up, determined to continue the fight. The crowd held its breath, watching their every move. The battle was fierce. Noguchi continuously landed powerful blows, repeatedly knocking Richard down. Only his sturdy armor and strong body saved him, enduring incredible stress. Richard knew he had to find a way to turn the tide of the fight. He caught a moment and used moon magic to freeze his opponent. Icy energy enveloped Noguchi, freezing him in place. But he was so powerful that he broke free from the icy shackles and knocked Richard to the ground again. Noguchi didn't use overt magic, but his strength and agility were clearly beyond human capabilities. Perhaps he was using body enhancement magic. Richard repeatedly used moon magic, but he couldn't break through his opponent's defenses. He kept getting hit, beaten like a rag doll. It seemed the outcome of the fight was clear, but each time he received a powerful blow, his rage grew stronger. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar red energy envelop him, strengthening his body and spirit. This new power gave him an adrenaline rush. His strikes became more powerful and precise, and even his opponent noticed the change. The fight continued with renewed fury. Richard attacked with incredible strength, and his blows finally began to break through the defense. Finally, Richard used all his strength and magic to deliver the decisive blow. Red energy enveloped his sword, and he struck his opponent forcefully, knocking him to the ground. Noguchi fell, stunned and unconscious. The crowd exploded with applause and cheers, celebrating Richard's victory. He stood, breathing heavily, as the rage and energy that had enveloped him gradually dissipated. When the fight ended, the herald came onto the arena and loudly announced, "The winner of the tournament is Sir Richard." The crowd erupted in applause and joyful cries. Richard stood, breathing heavily, but filled with pride and determination. The herald invited him to the Count to receive his prize. The viewing box was adorned with rich fabrics and family crests. The Count sat in the center, majestically reclining on a carved chair with high backs. He was a middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a stern expression. His clothing was richly decorated, and the family crest of Greddens, a black boar on a gold background, gleamed on his chest. Next to the Count sat his son, a young man with an arrogant gaze. He was dressed in expensive clothes that emphasized his status. His eyes were cold and impassive. On the other side of the Count sat his daughter, the very night girl Richard had met in the forest earlier. This surprised him. She was in an elegant dress, and in her eyes he saw despair. Also in the box was Baron Greaves with his son. He looked stern and serious, while his son had a sneering expression, clearly displeased with the proceedings. Count Greddens stood up and handed Richard a pouch of money, thanking him solemnly. "Sir Richard, you have proven your valor and skill. Congratulations on your victory." The crowd erupted in applause again, and Richard felt pride swell within him. Leaving the box, he went to find Balthazar and soon found him. The old man, smiling, approached him and said, "Congratulations, Richard. You deserve this." Richard handed him the pouch of money, and the old man joyfully tucked it away. In the evening, Richard wandered through the village. The festive atmosphere still hung in the air, but he noticed a large crowd gathered near the town hall gates. Approaching closer, he heard people demanding the guards investigate the disappearance of their relatives. This time, more people had gone missing, and the crowd was worried. The guards refused to do anything, saying that the people were probably just out celebrating somewhere. Richard didn't like this, and he felt something was wrong. He continued walking and didn't notice how his feet led him to the very abyss he had seen earlier. It was already night, and in the moonlight he saw a girl standing at the edge. He recognized her. It was Agna. She stood, staring into the abyss, lost in her thoughts. Hearing footsteps, she turned and saw Richard. Her eyes were full of surprise and anxiety. "What are you doing here?" he asked, approaching her. "I could ask you the same question," she replied quietly, looking at him. Her voice trembled, and Richard realized her thoughts were as heavy as his own. "I was just walking, and my feet led me here," Richard said, looking at Agna. "I see you're troubled by something." She didn't answer immediately, as if recalling something unpleasant, then said, "You've seen my fiancé. I hate him, and tomorrow I am to be given to him." "What's there to be happy about?" she said resignedly. "I look into this abyss and think if it wouldn't be better to jump into it than to live with someone you don't like." Richard didn't know what to say to that. This world was unfair, and some people accepted it while others fought against it. He felt sorry for the girl, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly she spoke again. "My father, though a count, has recently been losing his power bit by bit. His lands have started to bring in less income, and he has been borrowing from Baron Greaves, who has been getting richer and expanding his territories. You could say my father is selling me to him. Soon, all these lands will belong to the Greaves. I would like to run away, but I pity my father." When she finished, they heard more footsteps. Turning around, they saw Agna's brother walking towards them, loudly cursing. He approached her, grabbed her arm, and started yelling, "Why are you telling this stranger about our business? What are you doing here?" Agna didn't want to go with him and started struggling, but he dragged her along, continuing to curse. Richard was about to intervene, but then another person appeared. This time it was Count Greddens. He approached and scolded his son. "Let her go, and don't you dare treat your sister like that again." He then turned to Richard and apologized. "I apologize for this family misunderstanding." I didn't mean to involve you in our affairs." Then, with admiration, he added, "Your skills are impressive. I would like to invite you to join my knights. We need people like you." Richard thanked him but declined. The Count nodded in understanding, then took his son and Agna, and the three of them left. Richard remained by the abyss, looking at it and feeling that something unknown emanated from it. The next day, festivities began in the village and the estate to celebrate the wedding. People rejoiced, enjoying music, food, and merriment. As the tournament winner, Richard was to accompany the bride and be her guard. So he rose early and headed to the estate. When he arrived, he was led to the main hall, where guests were already gathering. Soon the wedding procession began, moving through the village streets. People greeted the groom with joy, throwing flowers and congratulating them. But to Richard's surprise, the wedding ritual was to take place not at the estate, but at another location. The crowd led by Count Greedens moved toward the forest. Richard walked alongside other knights, guarding the procession. They walked further until they reached the very pit Richard had seen earlier. To his surprise, tents and a wooden platform had been set up here, where the wedding ceremony was to take place. Richard was astonished that all this had been built overnight, as he had been here just recently and had seen nothing like it. He couldn't understand why everything was happening here. He asked the nearest person about it, and they replied, "The Count made this decision spontaneously last night. We were surprised too." People gathered around, and the atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Baron Greaves and his son stood by the altar, next to a monk priest, a servant of the light, who was to officiate the marriage. Everyone awaited the ceremony. Soon the bride appeared with her father. Agna was dressed in a magnificent wedding gown adorned with pearls and golden threads. Her hair was neatly styled, and a tiara sparkled on her head. She looked stunning, but there was a shadow of worry in her eyes. The procession moved to the altar, and the crowd parted to make way. Everything was decorated with flowers and garlands, creating a festive atmosphere. When Agna and her father approached the altar, the priest began the ceremony. However, Agna began looking around for her brother, but he was nowhere to be seen. People in the crowd started whispering about his absence. Count Greedens, noticing this, calmly said, "Continue." The ceremony proceeded, but Richard couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He looked around carefully, trying to understand what was hidden behind this strange place and the sudden decisions. The priest began reciting prayers, and when he was about to declare the marriage, Count Greedens suddenly interrupted him, raising his hand. "I need to say a few words before this marriage is concluded," he said, and his voice echoed over the crowd. The Count began to speak, and his words drew the attention of everyone present. "The Greedens family is one of the oldest in our region. We have safeguarded the peace and safety of this place for centuries. Honor and bravery have always been integral to our lineage, but unfortunately, I have proven unworthy of my ancestors. I failed to maintain the power and influence of our family, and I had to sell my own daughter to a family of lower status. For this, I am deeply ashamed. To be honest, I hate the Greaves family, but I can do nothing about their power." The Count paused, and the crowd held its breath in anticipation. "Therefore, I want to apologize to my daughter and the people of Greedens. I am canceling the wedding." There were cries of surprise and shock. Agna, standing at the altar, was both surprised and relieved by these words. Baron Greaves, however, was furious. He whispered something to his knights, and his son jumped up and grabbed the Count by the collar, shouting in his face. But then the Count unexpectedly grabbed him firmly and pushed him into the pit, The Baron's son screamed desperately as he fell, while the Baron jumped up and reached for his sword. Baron Greaves' knights began fighting with the Count's knights. Meanwhile, Count Greddens laughed, saying, "That's where you belong alongside my son, who was impure and had designs on his sister." Richard suddenly realized that the Count had thrown his own son into the pit. Panic erupted around them. People started to scatter, and fights broke out in various places. But suddenly the ground shook, and everyone froze. A terrifying howl emanated from the abyss. The sound chilled to the bone and made the blood run cold. Richard understood that something ancient and sinister was awakening in the depths of the pit. He quickly looked around, seeing the terrified faces of people staring at the abyss from which the eerie howl came. Agna stood nearby, her face full of horror and confusion. Count Greddens continued laughing, saying, "Now I can take my revenge. Finally, I will show everyone my power." Everyone watched in awe as a massive creature crawled out of the abyss. It was incredibly large, like a house, and as long as several carriages placed end to end. It was a giant centipede monster with a grotesque face resembling a human's, but covered in wrinkles with a crazed grin. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and along its segmented body, human faces protruded. Richard recognized among those faces the son of the Count and the son of the Baron, along with many unfamiliar ones. He realized these were the missing people the villagers had talked about. The monster, snarling viciously, started attacking people, devouring them one by one. The knights tried to fight it, but their efforts were futile. Balthazar ran up to Richard and shouted, "We need to run! We can't handle this here!" But the knight, seeing the ordinary people, knew he had to fight. He handed Agna to the old man and ordered them to run, then gripped his sword tightly and headed toward the monster. The Count continued laughing, but his laughter abruptly stopped when the giant centipede rose and, opening its terrible mouth, devoured him. Agna screamed, "No!" But Balthazar grabbed her firmly and dragged her away, understanding that they needed to save themselves. Gathering all his resolve, Richard ran toward the giant centipede monster. He decided to immobilize it first by cutting its legs. He rushed forward and struck with his sword, but found the creature's legs were very tough and protected by thick armor. He then used moon magic, freezing the monster's legs and slowing its movement. The monster roared in pain, and Richard realized his strategy was working. Richard began striking, dodging the monster's blows as it destroyed everything around it. People screamed and scattered in panic. He slashed at the legs, freezing and breaking them one by one. But the monster was too enormous and powerful, its blows smashing everything in its path. The fight dragged on, and Richard began to feel exhausted. He took hits from the monster that knocked him off his feet. But he didn't give up, striking at the sections of the creature's body, freezing and breaking them. Then he started slashing at the faces protruding from the sides of the monster. The creature screamed in rage, and the battle grew even more intense. Suddenly he was hit hard and thrown backward. It was difficult to stand, but he tried to rise. At that moment the monster rushed at him and swallowed him whole. Richard felt himself enveloped in slime, and it made him nauseous. He tried using moon magic, but it only helped a little, slowing the creature's movement. He thought this was the end, but suddenly rage enveloped him. Red energy began flowing through his body, enveloping him more and more. He felt his strength returning and started striking from inside, cutting the monster's body. He tore a hole to the outside, ripping the creature from the inside, and crawled out, covered in slime. The red energy continued to envelop him, and he seemed to be on fire. He began to lose his sanity and entered a berserk state, attacking the monster with renewed vigor. Richard struck with incredible force, cutting off limbs and sections of the creature's body. The monster roared and tried to defend itself, but Richard was relentless. He attacked with furious rage, each strike deadly. The crowd, watching the battle, was frozen in horror and awe. In a final blow, he gathered all his strength and channeled it into his sword. The weapon glowed with a bright red light, and he chopped off the monster's head. The creature let out a final terrifying scream and collapsed to the ground, dead. Richard stood, breathing heavily, covered in slime but victorious. The red energy began to recede, and he felt himself returning to normal. The battle was over, the monster defeated. Richard sighed wearily, looking around. His first thought was to wash himself. Chaos reigned around him. People were running and screaming. Knights continued to fight. He spotted Balthazar and signaled that they needed to leave. They hurried away, making their way through the forest. Soon they found a river, and Richard, without hesitation, plunged into it fully armored, washing off the blood and slime. He tried to make sense of what had happened. It seemed the Count had been so desperate that he made such a mad decision. But it seemed to him that some other forces were involved. He remembered the mark on the knight's neck, and realized that this organization was somehow connected to all these events. Looking around, he saw Balthazar sitting on the ground nearby. The donkey stood nearby, and Enzio joyfully ran and barked. "Old man, any thoughts on this?" Richard asked. Balthazar shook his head and said, "Sometimes people's minds cloud, and they turn to darkness. I feel sorry for the Count, but there's nothing we can do. They should be grateful you dealt with that creature. The rest they must sort out themselves. I would advise you to appeal to the goddess Lunael and ask for her help. I will write to my people to send some help here." Richard nodded. After a bit of rest, they continued on their way. They had accomplished their primary task and earned money. Now Richard needed to hurry south and find a mage who could break his curse. As they walked through the forest, they heard a noise behind them. Turning around, they saw someone riding towards them. When the rider got closer, they removed their helmet, and Richard saw it was Agna. She dismounted and approached them, saying, "Are you leaving? Can I come with you?" Her eyes were filled with sadness and despair. It seemed she no longer wanted to stay at the estate. Balthazar looked at Richard, who exhaled irritably and said nothing, just continued walking through the forest. The old man smiled and turned to the girl. "Yes, of course you can join us." Chapter 4. Richard walked along the forest path, seemingly lost in thought, paying little attention to the conversations happening behind him. A blind old man in a straw hat rode on a donkey behind him. Beside the man walked a girl in knight's armor, leading her horse by the reins. Young and beautiful, with a smile on her face, she frequently glanced at the unusual puppy with blue fur and tiny horns that joyfully ran around them. The old man said something, and the girl laughed. Richard slowed his pace, trying to catch their conversation, but then, displeased, continued on his way. The old man, squinting slyly, remarked, "Don't sulk. Agna was just joking and won't call you that anymore." Richard abruptly turned around, and seeing the old man's amused face, he flared up. "I don't care what she calls me, be it a devil or an old man." He turned away sharply and quickened his pace, leaving the old man and the girl behind. The old man merely grinned, while the girl lowered her gaze with a smile. It had been 2 weeks since the three of them had left Count Graydon's estate. During that time, Richard had grown even more silent. It seemed that reticence had become his new trait. Agna, on the other hand, had quickly recovered after her father's death. At first, she grieved for him, but soon realized that he had chosen his fate. Now, having found freedom, the girl seemed to blossom. From a sad orphan, she had turned into a cheerful chatterbox who endlessly pestered the old man and Richard with conversations. The monk was not one to keep quiet either, and he and Agna often conversed, sometimes trying to draw the knight into the discussion. But he, preferring to keep his distance, grew increasingly irritated. Yet sometimes he would join the conversation when it involved sword training. Once during a break, Agna pulled out her sword and started swinging it, trying to replicate the moves she had remembered. The old man, watching her, began giving advice, correcting her stance and angles of attack. Everyone was surprised to learn that the old man was skilled in fencing, to which he merely smirked and said, "I was young once, and knew many things." Since then, Richard had asked the old man to train him as well. He was already learning lunar magic from him, and now sword training was added to the lessons. Thus, they slowly moved southward. Along the way, Agna tried to engage Richard in conversation. She also wanted to see his face and kept asking him to remove his helmet, but he refused. The girl constantly pestered him, and he, unable to bear it, shouted at her, saying that if she considered herself a knight, she should respect others' vows. This offended her, and she pouted, saying, "That old man is too grumpy." After that, she began to call him that all the time. It infuriated Richard, as he was only a little older than her. So they continued their journey, teasing him until the path led them to a wide road. There, to their surprise, they saw a crowd of people hurrying in the same direction. These were peasants with pitchforks, sitting on carts pulled by mules, and knights on horseback, dressed either richly or poorly. Common folk, on foot and weary, also headed there, all with the same hurried expressions on their faces. Richard stopped one of the passers-by, a poorly dressed middle-aged man with a goatee. The man turned around, clearly irritated at being stopped, but upon seeing the tall and powerful knight before him, his anger quickly dissipated. "Where is everyone headed?" Richard asked. "Everyone's going to the Forgotten Swamps. They say someone spotted the rune deer there." "The what?" Richard asked, frowning. "The rune deer," the man repeated, and seeing that they were unaware, continued, "It's a mythical creature that sometimes appears in these parts. They say if you eat its heart, you can cure any disease and gain longevity. They're offering mountains of gold for it at the market, so everyone is rushing there." Having said this, the man quickly bowed and hurried away, afraid to linger any longer. The trio exchanged glances. The old man had a mysterious smile on his face, while Agna looked at them with mild confusion, trying to understand what they were thinking. Richard, deciding that this might be his chance, firmly declared, "I'm going to see what's happening there," he announced, turning to head toward the swamps. The old man and Agna did not object. The girl was even excited at the prospect of new adventures, and the old man, as always, followed Richard for reasons known only to him. He snapped his whip, and his donkey, grumbling in protest, hastened after the knight. They continued along the road, which soon turned into a forest, where its width narrowed to 2 deep ruts, with thick grass growing in between. The trees began to thin out, giving way to tall grasses and thorny bushes. Along the path, flooded areas started to appear, signaling the approach of the swamps. Soon, in the distance, they saw a village surrounded by a tall, dilapidated palisade, which seemed to have been long neglected by its inhabitants. The large wooden gates, equally unimpressive, were unguarded, and the procession entered without hindrance. Richard was surprised to see that a real crowd had gathered in this small village. Among the modest thatched roof houses, people of all kinds were milling about. There were women with children, men whose faces looked like those of swindlers and thieves, and even nobles, distinguished by their clean and expensive clothing, who kept to themselves, looking down on the others with disdain. Among them were also the local villagers, easily recognized by their miserable and discontented faces. It seemed that all these uninvited guests had disrupted their usual way of life, but the villagers could do nothing about it. Richard wondered why they had all gathered here instead of heading to the swamps. What were they waiting for? He looked around, trying to find someone to ask. Just then, he felt someone bump into him from behind. Richard turned around and saw an old man on the ground, rubbing his bruised backside. The knight quickly apologized and helped him up, but immediately noticed that the old man looked strange. He was dressed in a linen shirt full of holes, and instead of pants, he wore a skirt woven from straw. On his head was an old basket, and in his hands he held a small cloth pouch from which something faintly clattered. The strangest thing was the old man's eyes. They looked in different directions and seemed to spin as if he was unsuccessfully trying to focus on something. He also had a strong, unpleasant odor. When the old man got up, he tried to say something, but only incoherent mumbling came out of his mouth. Realizing that he wasn't being understood, he opened his pouch and pulled out something white. Richard took a closer look and was surprised to recognize a small animal skull in the object. The old man extended it to Richard, who hesitated at first, trying to refuse, but then, feeling sorry for him, took it and tossed it into his bag. At that moment, Agna and Balthazar approached them. They watched the scene with interest. Enzio, their unusual puppy, ran up to the strange old man, sniffed him, and then unexpectedly started cuddling up to him as if he had found an old friend. The old man, noticing this, opened his pouch again and pulled out a few more small skulls, offering them to Richard's companions. Agna refused in disgust, declaring it revolting, but the monk Balthazar accepted the gift and told the girl to do the same. Reluctantly, but still, Agna took a skull, trying not to look at it. The old man, bowing to them in gratitude, turned and shuffled off to attend to his own business, leaving the trio in slight confusion. Soon they learned that this crowd had gathered here to wait for the village elder who was supposed to lead them to the swamp. Realizing that the wait could be long, the trio found a spot under a tree and sat down to rest. Richard wearily sank to the ground, stretching out his legs, while Agna, crossing her arms over her chest, leaned against the trunk. Balthazar, sitting on the roots, closed his eyes and seemed to be lost in thought. The wind gently rustled the leaves, bringing with it the smells of the forest and the dampness of the swamp. But their peace was suddenly shattered by a cry for help. Richard was the first to raise his head and saw a village woman surrounded by a group of men who clearly resembled bandits. They were mocking her, tugging at her skirt, clearly enjoying her helplessness. The surrounding crowd seemed indifferent to the scene, as if such occurrences had become a common sight. Agna, noticing what was happening, jumped to her feet. She was about to rush toward the woman, but stopped, glancing back at Richard and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Richard looked at her with little interest and replied, "Why should I get involved in someone else's problems?" These words ignited anger in Agna. She shot him a look full of hatred, but Richard simply turned away, clearly not intending to change his mind. Furious, Agna headed toward the bandits alone. Approaching them, she loudly asked, "What's going on here?" The men turned around and, seeing a girl in armor, burst into laughter. One of them, the fattest and apparently their leader, sneered, "Well, who do we have here? Some lord's little daughter? Do you think you're a knight now? Why did you pick up a weapon? It might hurt you. You'd be better off becoming my woman, and then you won't have to lift anything heavier than a spoon, trust me." The bandits roared with laughter, drawing swords, clubs, and daggers. They began to surround Agna, intending to intimidate her. Without hesitation, Agna drew her sword, hatred blazing in her eyes. Richard, seeing that the situation was becoming dangerous, began to rise to his feet. He had wanted to teach Agna a lesson by showing her that life is full of cruelty, which is why he hadn't intervened right away. But before he could stand, another knight approached the bandits. He was a tall man clad in fine armor, clearly belonging to the retinue of one of the nobles. His face was serious, and his eyes were full of determination. He raised his sword, and this gesture caused the bandits to hesitate. But even despite his imposing appearance, there were too many bandits, and they weren't ready to retreat completely. Just then, Richard reached them. His formidable and intimidating figure finally sapped the bandits of their courage. They began to back away, and their leader, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity, mumbled, "Why do you have to draw your weapons right away? We were just joking." Without waiting for a response, the bandits scattered in all directions. Richard didn't chase them, but turned to the knight and briefly thanked him. "No need to thank me," the knight replied, lowering his sword. "I couldn't stand by when a lady was in danger. My name is Ankle, and I serve Baron Burns." He nodded toward a group of nobles standing behind him. Richard and Agna introduced themselves as well. Agna, still a bit shaken, thanked him. Ankle bowed and said, "Are you also heading to the swamps? I hope we can help each other in case of danger." With these words, he headed back to his companions. Richard watched him go, then turned his attention to Agna, who gave him an angry look before walking off toward Balthazar. Richard sighed wearily and, without a word, followed her. The trio sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The old man, unwilling to remain in the heavy silence, tried to start a conversation, but his efforts were in vain. Time passed slowly, and after about an hour, they heard a commotion coming from the village square. A group of men had entered the square, dressed in simple clothing, with straw conical hats on their heads and willow baskets filled with various creatures in their hands. Leading the group was an old man, dressed just as modestly. He carefully examined the uninvited guests, who, it seemed, he hadn't expected to see that morning. All the people gathered around him, noticing their arrival. One of the nobles stepped forward, explained the situation, and demanded that the elder lead them to the swamps. The elder listened to their demands, and realizing what they wanted, simply shook his head and replied, "Where you intend to go, we wouldn't go even under the threat of death. Moreover, we cannot show you the way, as we do not enter the forgotten swamps, only hunting at their edge. It is truly a dangerous and cursed place, and I would advise you not to go there." However, the noble, clearly unimpressed by the warnings, coldly responded that they were going there regardless, and the elder must lead them. His words were backed by action. The knights accompanying the noble stepped forward and unsheathed their swords, causing the elder to pale. In fear, he quickly said, "Wait, I have a guide who has been to those places." The noble asked in surprise where this person was. The elder then raised his hand and pointed at the old man in the crowd. All eyes turned to the very same crazy old man who had earlier approached Richard with the skulls. When the people realized who was supposed to lead them to the swamps, a murmur of discontent rose among them. The elder, seeing that the people were beginning to protest, hastily added, "There are no other options. He is the only one who can lead you. It's best to leave at dawn." After his words, there were discussions and whispers among the crowd, but indeed there was no other choice, and reluctantly they began setting up camp, preparing for the night. The trio sat by the fire, enjoying the warmth and light of the flames, which were the only source of comfort on this grim evening. After dinner, they silently pondered the day ahead. The monk, as usual, was restless and soon stood up, quietly disappearing into the darkness, leaving Richard and Agna alone. Feeling awkward, Richard suddenly asked, "Are you okay?" Agna looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a question. "I thought you didn't want to talk to me," she replied. Richard didn't know what to say in response. Her words caught him off guard. "We seemed to get along well when we first met," she continued. "But for some reason, you've become so prickly, and I don't understand why." Richard remained silent. He couldn't admit to her that he was afraid of getting close to people. The fear of experiencing the pain of loss and betrayal again tore at him from the inside, making him push away even those who showed him kindness. They sat in silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound breaking the tense pause. Finally, he decided and said, almost in a whisper, "Maybe someday I'll tell you." At his words, Agna's eyes lit up, and it seemed her usual cheerfulness returned. But suddenly, the stillness of the night was shattered by a terrifying scream coming from outside the village. Then a second and third followed, merging into a horrific cacophony that chilled the blood. The screams sounded like the death wails of someone filled with despair and hopelessness. Richard immediately jumped to his feet and, drawing his sword, rushed to the gates. Along the way, he heard the cries of the villagers, shouting that it was the Glacevites, spirits of the swamps. When Richard exited the village, he saw glowing orbs hovering over the swamps, slowly moving through the air as if searching for something. But fortunately, they didn't enter the village, as if held back by an invisible barrier. The pale village elder approached Richard, muttering to himself that this was a bad omen. Without wasting any time, Richard asked, "Do these spirits appear here often?" The elder simply shook his head, his voice trembling as he replied, "I'm seeing them for the first time." "You'd better go back to the village," a voice sounded from behind. Richard turned around and saw the monk Balthazar. "They won't harm us inside. It's better if you go to sleep," he added. Richard nodded, and together with the elder, they locked the gates. But fear filled the village like a thick fog. The screams outside continued, giving no peace, and the villagers couldn't close their eyes. For Richard, this wasn't a problem, but Agna was visibly nervous, her gaze darting around, and Enzio began howling in tune with the eerie wails that echoed from beyond the walls. The night passed under these terrifying sounds. Only with the arrival of morning did the screams cease, and the glowing orbs disappeared, as if dissolving into the pre-dawn mist. People began to gather in the village center, and their faces showed fatigue. They looked haggard, with red, sleep-deprived eyes. The nobleman who had argued with the elder the day before looked particularly strange. He jerked his head as if trying to shake off a nightmare. Richard looked at Agna. Unlike the others, she looked relatively normal. It turned out that the monk had cast a sleep spell on her last night, and she had slept soundly, waking up quite refreshed. Soon the elder came out to them, leading the same mad old man who had pestered Richard with skulls the day before. The elder whispered something in his ear, and the old man nodded, then, limping and hobbling, headed for the village exit. Reluctantly, but having no other choice, the people followed him. Some exchanged wary and fearful glances, especially the nobles, who were not used to entrusting their fate to such a person. As they moved forward, the landscape began to change. The road, initially firm and wide, gradually narrowed, disappearing into a wild and desolate expanse. The ground beneath their feet became increasingly wet and soft. Tall, gnarled trees with blackened bark loomed over them, their branches like bony fingers reaching for the sky, blocking out the sun. Between these trees grew thick reeds, intertwined with thorny bushes, making the path even more difficult. The water beneath their feet quietly gurgled, and with each step, it seemed to pull them deeper into its dark maw. The surface of the swamp was covered with a thick layer of green slime, occasionally broken by sharp roots and rotten branches protruding from the water like the hands of drowned souls trying to escape their watery grave. Here and there, bubbles of swamp gas surfaced, bursting with a quiet hiss, filling the air with the heavy stench of decay and rot. A heavy silence hung over the area, broken only by the occasional cries of swamp birds, sounding like ominous omens. In places along their path, flooded groves appeared, where the water reached up to the trunks of trees, reflecting their silhouettes and creating the illusion of endless depth. Sometimes there was a strange crunch underfoot, when someone stepped on the rotting remains of trees or the bones of long-dead creatures hidden beneath the water. The travelers formed a line, carefully stepping one after the other, trying to follow the mad old man's steps closely as he confidently led them through the swamp. Richard counted about 25 people, and their trio brought up the rear of this strange caravan. They had left their horse and donkey in the village, understanding that the animals would have been a burden on such a dangerous road. But Enzio, joyfully hopping around, came with them. Agna watched the puppy anxiously, fearing that he might get sucked into the mire. They had been walking for about an hour, and the old man seemed to know every corner of the swamp, confidently leading them over firm ground. Gradually, the travelers' doubts about his sanity began to dissipate, and they started to trust him. After a little while, they saw fog ahead, and someone in the group quietly mentioned that this was the border of the Forgotten Swamps, beyond which the real danger began. Suddenly the old man stopped on a small island of firm ground and, sitting down, began to chew on a piece of bread he pulled from his pocket. Everyone understood that this was a break before the dangerous road ahead. After a brief rest, the old man stood up and, without saying a word, quietly stepped into the fog. The others followed him, but with each step, the atmosphere became more and more eerie. Agna picked up Enzio, and the puppy, who had been squirming at first, then calmed down, frightened by this strange place. Suddenly, the old man fell to the ground and began crawling across the wet, rotten earth. The people froze, not understanding what was happening. Someone whispered that the old man had gone mad again, and most continued walking upright, ignoring his strange behavior. But there were those who began to imitate the old man, crawling along the ground as if trying to hide from something unseen. Among them were 3 from their group. First was Balthazar, then Agna and Richard. Crawling was extremely uncomfortable. Water seeped into their armor, soaking their bodies and covering them with mud, but no one complained. They knew the monk wouldn't repeat the mad old man's actions without reason. As they crawled forward, strange things began happening to those who continued to walk upright. The first was a young nobleman who suddenly froze in place, his eyes widening, and he began to mumble something incoherent. Then he suddenly screamed as if he had seen something terrifying, and with a wild cry, he bolted away from the group, jumping straight into the mire. Other travelers also started behaving oddly. One began spinning in place as if dancing. Another suddenly raised his hands as if defending himself from an invisible enemy, and a third started tearing off his clothes as if bitten by invisible insects. Someone in the group began to sob, another started laughing, and a third just stood still, mouth wide open as if seeing something unbelievable. These scenes happened faster and faster and soon the entire group walking upright began to go mad. One by one, they rushed into the mire as if it was their only chance to escape something horrific. Richard watched this scene in horror when he noticed a strange yellow gas, barely visible in the thick fog, hanging at about head height. The gas was so thin and transparent that it was hard to see. But now he clearly understood that it was what was affecting those who walked upright. Richard wanted to rush to help these people, but the monk stopped him, grabbing his arm and quietly saying, "They can't be helped anymore. It's too late. This gas won't let them go." Richard clenched his fists, but knew that Balthazar was right. He turned to follow the others, leaving behind those doomed to die in these cursed swamps. Soon the old man got up and continued on, now walking on his feet as if oblivious to the horror that had just occurred. The others, seeing his confidence, reluctantly followed his example. The fear and terror of what had happened to the fallen still haunted their minds. Some thought of turning back, but looking at the endless swamps, they realized they were doomed without a guide. The journey continued, and soon the ground beneath their feet became increasingly unstable. The trees thinned out, giving way to flooded lowlands, and before them stretched a watery expanse. Looking into the water, Richard saw that it was crystal clear, like a mirror. At the bottom lay countless white bones, which gleamed in the sunlight, giving the water a strange silvery tint. Seeing this sight, the travelers froze in terror. Balthazar quietly said, "It seems this was once a battlefield, and many brave warriors fell here. Let's move on and not disturb them." Everyone nodded silently and continued on their way. Their guide, as if unaware of what was happening behind him, kept moving forward, skipping along, with his basket bouncing in rhythm with his steps. Soon they came upon a section of the swamp consisting of small islands scattered in the water. The old man began hopping from one to another, carefully choosing a reliable path. Reaching the other side, he turned and looked at everyone, as if telling them to follow him. The first traveler in line, trying to remember where the old man had jumped, began to mimic his movements. But suddenly the island beneath him gave way, and the man started sinking into the mire. The swamp swallowed him instantly, leaving no trace. The man behind him screamed in panic and almost stepped onto another deceptive island, but remembered in time that the old man had taken the left path and followed the correct route. The group slowly, cautiously made their way across the swamp, emerging onto solid ground. The trio was again at the rear. Suddenly, Balthazar turned to Richard and, looking at him, said, "You're not going to let a blind old man hop across these islands, are you?" Richard smirked. "You can't fool me. I know you're not blind." Saying this, he grabbed the monk and hoisted him onto his back, then let Agna go ahead and followed her, carefully jumping from island to island. Suddenly, a scream echoed from ahead. Giant leeches began leaping out of the water, hideous creatures that immediately started latching onto those who hadn't yet crossed. One by one, they dragged their victims into the depths of the swamp. Seeing this, Richard cursed and quickened his pace. He leaped onto the island where Agna stood and, grabbing her, slung her over his shoulder. With a powerful push, he began rapidly jumping from one island to the next, dodging the bloodsuckers' attacks. Solid ground was already close, but the leeches intensified their attacks. Richard summoned all his strength to evade them, kicking and punching them away. He kicked one of them aside, but more kept coming, and he realized they wouldn't last much longer. In desperation, Richard concentrated and unleashed a burst of lunar energy, which flashed around him, blinding and repelling the attacking creatures. This gave him a brief moment, and he managed to reach solid ground, where he carefully set the monk and Agna down. The girl, shaken by what had just happened, looked terrified, her face pale with fear. The old man, however, remained as carefree as ever, showing no concern about what had just occurred. Richard looked around in horror and realized that only 10 of them were left. Among the survivors, surprisingly, were the bandit and 2 of his accomplices. Also surviving were the nobleman, the knight they had met earlier, and the count. These were the few who had managed to escape the deadly dangers of the swamp. The mad old man, either unaware of the losses among the travelers or simply indifferent to them, continued on his way. The swamp seemed to stretch on endlessly, and with each step, the travelers grew more and more exhausted. The day slowly drifted towards dusk, and shadows began to deepen. Richard was about to say something to their guide about the need to stop when they suddenly noticed a small grove ahead. Walking into its dark but somewhat more welcoming depths, they found themselves in a small clearing. At its center, as if guarded by ancient trees, stood a shrine. It appeared to be an ancient stone structure, half overgrown with moss and ivy. Around it were pillars with old, tattered flags bearing unfamiliar symbols. At the center, on a stone pedestal, stood a statue depicting the goddess of the lunar night. It was made of white marble, which, despite the years, remained almost untouched by time. The figure of the goddess was slender and graceful, with long hair cascading down her shoulders in waves. Her eyes, inlaid with silver, seemed alive, reflecting the faint light of the moon, which had just begun to rise above the trees. The goddess's arms were raised as if she was greeting the night sky, and a wolf sat at her feet. When the travelers entered the clearing, they felt some of their tension ease. This place seemed protected from the darkness and horrors of the swamp. Balthazar, upon seeing the statue, hurried to it, fell to his knees, and whispered a quiet prayer, bowing respectfully. Richard, though not particularly religious, decided to follow his example, knowing that he had been studying lunar magic, and that this place clearly held significance. Agna, seeing her companions kneeling before the goddess, didn't stay behind and did the same, feeling a sense of respect for the ancient power that seemed to protect them. Afterward, the trio decided that this place was perfect for a rest. It was peaceful here, and the presence of the goddess filled them with a sense of safety. The mad old man had already settled in a corner of the clearing and soon began snoring softly. The others lit a fire, and soon the pleasant aroma of dinner spread over the place. It seemed the night would pass quietly and peacefully, protected by the ancient magic of this sacred place. They sat around the fire, exchanging quiet conversations, occasionally glancing at the other groups. Richard couldn't help but notice that despite all the dangers they had faced, neither the nobleman nor the bandits nor their companions were thinking of turning back. He was amazed at how people, driven by greed, were willing to face death, even though they hadn't expected it to come so close. The thought that death always comes suddenly tormented him as he heard rustling noises beyond the shrine. This made him uneasy. Standing up, he decided to check what was happening outside. Beyond the shrine, his gaze froze in horror. Horrific creatures were emerging from the swamp. Their bodies were covered in rot and swamp sludge. Their skin was a sickly gray-green, cracked and oozing dark, viscous fluid. The creatures' eyes glowed with a sinister red light, like embers burning deep within their skulls. Their long, tangled hair, matted with dirt and seaweed, hung down, obscuring their withered faces. They had elongated limbs, and their fingers had turned into sharp, crooked claws. These creatures moved slowly, silently gliding over the surface of the swamp like shadows, barely touching the ground. Some of them had crawled ashore, as if searching for something, their lifeless eyes scanning their surroundings. Though they were terrifying, Richard noticed they were only waist-high compared to an average person. These ghastly beings didn't dare approach the shrine, which gave him some relief. He returned to the others and decided not to mention what he had seen, quietly rejoining their conversation. Morning came, and this time nothing disturbed the travelers' sleep. No eerie screams troubled their rest. Upon waking, they felt relatively refreshed, despite the memories of those who had perished on the way here. The mad old man, still hopping from side to side, once again led their strange caravan, and they set off on their journey once more. The swamps surrounded them again from all sides. The ground beneath their feet grew increasingly unstable. Sometimes they sank knee-deep into the mud, struggling to pull their legs free from the sticky mire. Around them, decaying trees leaned over, their branches reaching out to the travelers as if trying to grab them. In places, bubbles of swamp gas rose from the water, bursting with a quiet hiss and filling the air with the heavy stench of decay. Suddenly, ahead of them, the travelers noticed something unexpected. Amidst the grim landscape of the swamp stood a stone structure. It was clearly ancient, with dark, almost black walls covered in moss and mold. The travelers were surprised by this discovery, for in such a remote area they hadn't expected to see anything made by human hands. The old man, showing no sign of surprise, continued leading them directly toward the building. As they approached, the building took on a clearer shape. It resembled an ancient temple that had once been a great sanctuary, but now appeared abandoned and almost ruined. Massive stone walls, adorned with bas-reliefs depicting strange, unknown deities and scenes from a distant past, stood crooked but still imposing. The marks of time were visible on them, deep cracks covered with moss and ivy. The entrance to the temple was half blocked by a huge stone slab that seemed to have collapsed long ago, but it left enough space to pass through. The old man, paying no heed to the danger, stepped without hesitation into the dark passage leading into the temple. The travelers, though frightened, followed him, understanding that they had no other choice. Inside, the temple was cold and damp. The air was thick with the smell of antiquity and mustiness. The walls were covered with old frescoes, on which figures and symbols, once depicting stories and legends, were barely discernible. The floor was strewn with fragments of stones and tiles, some of which had cracked from time and pressure. The light that seeped through the cracks in the walls and ceiling barely illuminated the path, casting long, ominous shadows. The old man moved confidently, as if he knew where this road led. The others followed him, carefully looking around, their hearts gripped by fear and anxiety. The air was filled with the scent of dampness and ancientness, as if time itself had stopped in these corridors. Soon they found themselves in a vast hall. This place had once been the heart of the temple, but now it was abandoned and in ruins. The hall was wide and tall, its vaults lost in the semi-darkness, and the walls were adorned with faded bas-reliefs and ancient symbols. Scattered everywhere were skeletons, evidence that a brutal battle had once taken place here. Some skeletons were covered in remnants of armor, while others lay in tattered garments as if taken by surprise. Weapons and shields, broken and rusted, were scattered across the floor, and in some places dark stains were visible on the stones, possibly traces of long-spilled blood. At the center of the hall was a huge hole in the ground, surrounded by debris. It looked as if something had burst through the floor and escaped, leaving a trail of destruction. Around the hole were deep claw marks etched into the stone, as if some giant creature had clawed its way out from the temple's depths, breaking through its protective walls. The travelers froze in horror, taking in the scene. Richard couldn't shake the feeling that they had found a place where something ancient and evil had been awakened. When he looked at the walls, his gaze settled on a fresco depicting a strange scene. It showed people standing on the ground, looking upward with expressions of terror on their faces. Above them, in the clouds, were enormous eyes with diamond-shaped pupils, watching them with cold indifference. Richard felt a chill run down his spine. This symbol, these eyes, they seemed familiar to him. He had seen them before. Trying to understand what it could mean, he turned to Balthazar. "Do you know what this symbol means?" The monk looked at the fresco, his face remaining calm, but a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. "I'll tell you about it once we're outside," he replied quietly. They continued to explore the temple, hoping to find something that might shed light on what was happening. But no matter how much they searched, they found nothing significant. Skeletons, rusty weapons, crumbling walls, all these spoke of a past catastrophe but provided no answers to their questions. The old man, seemingly having completed his task, turned and without a word, headed for the exit. The travelers, realizing there was nothing left to hold them here, followed him, eager to leave this ominous place as quickly as possible. On the way out of the temple, Richard couldn't stop thinking about what kind of creature could have emerged from that dreadful hole in the ground. Questions swirled in his mind. Why was he constantly encountering all sorts of monsters? First, a giant viper, then a cursed witch, and then that centipede that crawled out of the abyss. What awaited him next? Why did he seem to attract trouble like a magnet? He couldn't find an explanation for it. Balthazar paused as if recalling something distant and grim. In that battle with great effort, Sharak was defeated, but he never abandoned his intentions. He still watches our world, sending his minions to do his dirty work. It's said that to enter our world, he must fulfill certain conditions, which aren't easy to meet. That's why his followers hide all over the world, searching for a way to open the gates for their master. If you've seen this symbol, it means his followers are becoming active, and that doesn't bode well. Richard tensed upon hearing these words. A memory of Master Erwin, a member of the Order of the Bright Flame, flashed in his mind. He remembered seeing Erwin once talking to a man who had the same symbol on his hand. Could it be that they wanted to kill him because he witnessed that meeting? Richard's thoughts raced as he searched for answers, when his reflections were interrupted by Balthazar's voice. The problem is that this event happened 1,000 years ago, and people have begun to forget the threat. Moreover, the followers of the Dark God have made great efforts to erase the memory of this demon. Now, few know about him, but in the future, I will tell you more about him and the heroes who fought against him. With that, Balthazar ended his story, leaving Richard and Agna to ponder what they had heard. Suddenly, their thoughts were interrupted by the loud barking of Enzio, who was running nearby as if he had noticed something or someone. The entire group immediately turned their heads toward the noise. One of the bandits pointing ahead shouted, "Look, a deer! There's a deer!" Everyone looked where the bandit was pointing, and sure enough, on one of the small islands in the middle of the swampy expanse, a strange deer was quietly grazing. It was a dwarf, no larger than a small dog, with delicate, curved, and slender antlers. Its entire body glowed with a soft yellow light, as if the creature itself was woven from sunlight. Its hide was covered in black runic symbols that formed beautiful, intricate patterns, which seemed to move slowly, shimmering and playing in the light. The deer looked like a being from another world, as if it had descended from an ancient legend. Greed flared in the eyes of the bandits and nobles alike. They forgot everything: warnings, fear, common sense. Enthralled by the sight of such a rare creature, they drew their weapons and rushed forward, eager to capture it. The mad old man, seeing what they were doing, waved his arms in despair, trying to stop them, but no one paid him any attention. His gestures were full of warnings, but greed had clouded the minds of those who pursued the deer. Richard, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly turned to Balthazar. "Stay with the old man. I'm going after them." And without waiting for a response, he dashed after the madmen who were already chasing the deer. The deer, sensing danger, immediately darted forward. Its movements were smooth and graceful, like a light breeze gliding over the water's surface. It seemed to know every island, every path through the swamp. The travelers pursuing it, on the other hand, were forced to leap from island to island, trying not to fall behind, but despite their agility, they barely kept pace with the wondrous creature. The deer ran without looking back, its glowing silhouette flickering among the mist and trees, leading them farther and farther into the depths of the swamp. It seemed as though it was guiding them to a specific place. Soon a large island surrounded by murky water came into view. The deer, as if sensing the approach of its pursuers, paused for a moment, then with a single leap, landed on the island. At the center of the island stood a massive tree, a gnarled old oak, whose branches were almost completely bare of leaves, and its bark appeared dry and cracked. This tree looked as if it had survived millennia, and now its life was nearly extinguished. It stood like a sentinel, frozen at the boundary between worlds, guarding its ancient secrets. The deer stopped at the roots of this mighty oak, as if waiting for them to follow. Its light continued to softly illuminate the surroundings, casting strange shadows on the ground. The travelers crossed onto the island, each carefully balancing on the narrow paths among the swamps. When they reached their destination, the group surrounded the deer, which now pressed itself against the roots of the old oak, as if seeking protection. One of the bandits, without hesitation, threw a metal net that clattered down on the deer, pinning it to the ground. Now they were sure their prize was in their hands. But there remained one problem: how to divide it among themselves. The nobles and bandits glared at each other with malice, their eyes sparking with hostility. The nobles, accustomed to power, were not about to yield a prize that could bring them wealth and fame. The bandits, on the other hand, saw the deer as their chance to escape poverty and claim their place in the world. The tension was rising, as if the very ground beneath their feet could feel it, and was ready to explode. One of the bandits slowly drew his sword, and the nobles responded in kind, ready for a deadly confrontation. Richard stood aside, watching as the situation escalated. He knew that something terrible was about to happen, but he didn't know how to act. Meanwhile, the rest of the travelers approached. The mad old man continued to mutter to himself, waving his hands, trying to warn them of something, but no one paid attention to him. Balthazar watched the events unfold with slight displeasure, while Agna held Enzio, who was struggling and barking furiously, sensing the danger. Suddenly, the familiar knight, Ankle, stepped forward. Ignoring the tense looks from the bandits and nobles, he walked straight up to Richard. Stopping before him, Ankle said, "We have finally found this creature. If you'll allow it, Sir Richard, my master, Count Burns, is willing to pay you a generous sum if you relinquish this beast to us. I personally ask you to agree. We need this deer very much." Richard hesitated. He didn't need the money. He still had a considerable amount left from his tournament winnings. But his thoughts were occupied with another question. Could the heart of this creature rid him of his curse? Before he could answer, Ankle's words sparked a furious outburst from the bandit leader. He shouted something, brandishing his sword and was about to attack when something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the air filled with horrifying screams that sent chills down everyone's spine. These screams had been heard before, and everyone instantly recognized them as coming from the same creatures that had surrounded them in the village earlier. Their familiar but still terrifying wails grew closer and louder. Balthazar, pale, whispered, "These are the Glazevites, the spirits of these swamps. If you look at them too long, you can lose your memory. These swamps got their name because of them. They are very dangerous, and if they attack, we will simply turn to dust." The Glazevites continued to appear, filling the space around the island. Their glowing, almost transparent figures incited panic among the travelers. The group huddled together, aiming their weapons at the approaching spirits, though they weren't sure if ordinary weapons could stop them. The deer, still pinned to the ground, looked at them with its large, frightened eyes. The circle of creatures around them tightened, and Richard was ready to fight when he noticed the mad old man stepping forward and extending his hand toward one of the spirits. In his hand was the very skull Richard had seen earlier. The moment the old man offered it, a soft light spread around him, as if a protective cocoon enveloped his figure. The skull in the old man's hand slowly dissolved in the light, and as he walked through the ranks of the Glazevites, he remained unharmed. Richard instantly understood what needed to be done. He frantically searched for the skull in his bag, and finding it, pulled it out into the light. He glanced back at Balthazar, who was already holding his own skull in his hands, ready to follow the old man. But then, Richard noticed Agnes' face. It was pale, and her eyes glistened with tears she was trying to hold back. Richard asked, "What's wrong?" Agna, her voice trembling, replied, "The night I received that skull, I felt a strange energy from it. It scared me, and I threw it away." Richard, feeling panic rising inside him, turned to call the old man, but he had already disappeared into the light. Thoughts raced through his mind, but none led to a solution. Richard knew time was running out, and he could see that Balthazar was also at a loss for how to help Agna. Gritting his teeth, Richard grabbed Agna's hand and placed his skull in her palm. Before she could react, he pushed her forward, right into the glowing silhouettes. They immediately surrounded her, but to his relief, did nothing to harm her. Agna looked around in fear, not understanding what had just happened. She was ready to turn back, but Balthazar grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the exit. Richard, with a heavy sigh, watched as his friends and Enzio escaped this nightmare unharmed. Now he was alone, and the glowing silhouettes began moving toward him. The first of the bandits, in a desperate attempt to break through the spirits, rushed forward. But as soon as he touched one of the glowing beings, there was a blinding flash, and the bandit's body instantly crumbled to dust, as if he had never existed. The same fate befell the others. Ankle, showing all his courage, raised his sword and tried to fight, but his efforts were in vain. Richard watched as his familiar knight disappeared in the bright light, leaving only traces on the ground. Richard was the last one standing. As the glowing silhouettes surrounded him, he felt a sharp pain. But to his horror, he didn't disintegrate like the others. Instead, the light began penetrating his mind, filling his consciousness. He felt the light draining all his human feelings and memories, erasing his identity as if scraping old paint off stone. The pain intensified, and it seemed like he was gradually losing his sense of self, turning into something wild and irrational. His thoughts became jumbled, breaking into fragmented pieces. Images flashed before his eyes, but they were foreign, distant, like dreams he couldn't remember. It felt as though his mind was being torn apart, and he could no longer maintain his human form. Something animalistic, wild, rose to the surface within him, seizing control. His eyes filled with blood. Claws burst through the skin of his hands, and he felt a feral rage consuming his essence. But strangely enough, the light didn't destroy him completely. Instead, it slowly began to weaken, releasing him, leaving him in a state of semi-madness. Gradually, Richard's consciousness returned. He felt the pain in his body subside and his vision began to clear. The first thing he noticed was that he wasn't wearing his armor. Looking around, Richard saw it scattered on the ground, as if it had been torn from him. He slowly stood up, feeling weak in his legs, and took in his surroundings. At the edge of the island, he spotted his friends. Balthazar, with a concerned expression, stood next to Agna, who was holding Enzio in her arms. But what struck him most was the look in Agna's eyes. She stared at him in horror, her eyes full of fear. Something inside Richard tightened. That fear in her eyes felt like a blow to his heart, though he didn't yet understand why. He took a step toward them, but then noticed that the glacevites had vanished. Instead, the swamp creatures he had seen earlier, covered in slime and swamp sludge, began crawling onto the island from all sides. They slowly and inexorably slithered toward him, their bodies making sickening, squelching sounds. Richard sensed the growing danger, but before he could react, his attention was drawn by a roar behind him. Turning around, Richard was horrified to see that the ancient oak in the center of the island had begun to move. The tree had come to life, its branches and roots moving like giant serpents, covered in black bark that gleamed in the light like metal. The oak seemed to have transformed into a demonic creature that groaned and surged toward Richard with fury. Richard didn't hesitate. He grabbed the sword lying nearby, his hands tightening around the hilt, and he charged into battle. The oak, like a living creature, tried to strike him with one of its branches. Richard dodged, and his sword flashed in the light as he severed one of the branches. But to his horror, he found that the tree's branches were not ordinary. They seemed to be made of metal, and when struck, sparks flew as if hitting an anvil. Each strike of his sword repelled another attack from the branches, but the oak was relentless. The branches kept coming like steel serpents, trying to grab and crush him. His muscles strained, sweat poured down his face, but he kept fighting. Suddenly, he heard a dull, rhythmic thumping coming from inside the trunk. The thumping sounded like a heartbeat, as if something alive was inside the tree. Richard felt something change inside him. His breathing became heavy, and his consciousness began to fog. He tried to resist, but something strong, almost animalistic, took over his mind. His eyes teared up, and he felt his human essence retreat, giving way to something wild and fierce. He was no longer human. Becoming a beast, he furiously attacked the tree, tearing at it with his claws and teeth. His mind clouded, and he, as if losing himself, gnawed at the tree, digging deeper. The tree groaned and screamed, its branches trying to strike him, but Richard was relentless. Inside the tree, he found a crystalline heart, a dark, pulsating shard that was the source of all the evil in this creature. Without thinking, he savagely bit into the heart, consuming it in a fit of rage. As soon as the crystal was in his mouth, there was a powerful flash of light. The light was blinding, piercing everything around, enveloping Richard and the tree. At that moment, everything around them froze, as if time itself had stopped. Richard was suddenly thrown out of the tree and fell onto the grass, gasping for breath, staring up at the clear blue sky. His body was exhausted, but his mind seemed to be returning to him. At that moment, the mad old man ran past him, heading toward the tree. Richard lifted his head and saw an incredible sight. The tree, which had seemed dead before, began to come back to life. Its branches were sprouting fresh green leaves, and the old man, upon reaching the trunk, began to transform. In his place appeared a giant owl with wise eyes, which flapped its wings and perched on a branch of the ancient oak. Richard, watching this miracle, wearily laid his head back on the grass, gazing at the clear sky and trying to comprehend what had just happened. Thoughts of greatness, life and death, and the wonders he had witnessed flitted through his mind. But his reflections were interrupted by a noise coming from the swamp. Lifting his head, he saw the creatures that had previously been covered in sludge and looked horrifying. Now their appearance had changed. It was as if a curse had been lifted from them, and the sludge began to drip away, revealing their true nature. Their skin turned bright green, their eyes shifted from red to warm amber, and their hair was cleansed of dirt. They resembled humans but with reptilian features. Their smooth skin, elongated faces, and scaly elements on their bodies looked exotic but not frightening. They stood in the water trying to understand what had happened to them. Richard let his head fall back on the grass again, feeling relief, but also the exhaustion that enveloped him like a heavy blanket. But his peace was disrupted when Balthazar appeared beside him, who said with mild reproach, "Maybe you should get dressed and cover your shame." Richard, realizing he was still naked, blushed deeply with embarrassment and hurriedly began gathering his armor scattered around. He quickly dressed piece by piece, avoiding Agnes' gaze, fearing to see that same horror in her eyes again. When he finally dressed, he approached the tree where the giant owl had perched. The owl bowed to him, and to Richard's surprise spoke in a human voice. "Thank you for saving me, brave knight. As you've noticed, I was cursed by a creature that served the god of darkness. My name is Sylvanus, and I am the guardian of this forest. Once, people unleashed the evil that was kept in the temple, and it attacked me, cursing both me and the tree which is the heart of this swamp, as well as the inhabitants of Morgani, who peacefully lived here all this time." Balthazar, hearing these words, approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "It is a great honor to meet an ancient spirit, O Sylvanus." Sylvanus looked at the monk with his wise eyes and added, "You are a servant of the moon goddess. Deliver this message to her. The powers of the old demon are awakening, and we must all prepare for the next battle." Balthazar frowned and nodded, understanding the gravity of what was said. Then Sylvanus turned his gaze back to Richard. "Unfortunately, I cannot help you lift your curse, but I do have a gift for you." He waved his wing, and a small acorn, glowing brightly as if filled with magical energy, appeared on the ground before Richard. Richard reached out to pick it up, but suddenly Enzio, barking with excitement, ran up and swallowed the acorn. Richard gasped and Agna cried out, "Spit it out, Enzio!" But the puppy had already swallowed the acorn and was wagging his tail contentedly, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Sylvanus only smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps it's for the best. Now, my people will guide you to the exit. Thank you once again. I'm sure we will meet again someday." With these words, Sylvanus flew up and perched on a branch of the ancient oak, returning to his place. From behind Richard came shouts, and he turned to see that the green creatures had brought 2 boats to the shore of the island. Realizing it was time to leave, Richard headed for one of the boats, but suddenly felt something brush against his leg. Looking down, he saw the same deer they had been chasing. Something wild stirred inside him, perhaps remnants of the beastly consciousness that had taken hold of him during the fight. For a moment, Richard felt a burning desire to pounce on the deer and devour it, but with all his will, he regained control. He knelt down and gently petted the creature on the head. Looking into its eyes, he realized he could never kill it. After that, they all got into the boats and, guided by the green creatures, left the swamp, leaving behind all the horrors they had faced. When they returned to the village, they found it unchanged, as if nothing had happened. The villagers continued with their daily tasks, unaware of the horrors and wonders that had occurred in the swamps. They told the village elder about what had happened, but he only shook his head in disbelief, as if it was too hard to believe. Afterward, they retrieved their donkey and horse and left the village, continuing on their journey. They traveled in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Richard led the way, keeping his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He didn't look at Agna, avoiding her gaze, full of emotions he feared to understand and accept. His heart was heavy, and he tried to keep his distance, afraid of hurting himself again. Suddenly, he felt someone grab hold of his cloak and refuse to let go. He turned and saw Agna. Her eyes were wet with tears, but there was no fear in them, only determination and something else that made his heart skip a beat. She quietly said, "Are you going to stop talking to me again? I learned your secret. I'm not afraid of you. I know you have a big heart." Richard said nothing. He turned away and continued walking, but Agna didn't let go of his cloak, as if afraid he would leave her behind. Her voice trembled as she added, "I'm sorry." She remembered the terror she felt seeing him in that horrific state, and the moment she feared not for herself, but for him. But Richard still didn't speak, unable to find the words to express everything he felt. He just kept walking, trying to maintain his distance. Behind them, the old man rode on his donkey, quietly chuckling to himself, watching the scene with a slight smirk. In his arms slept Enzio, the puppy, who, unnoticed by the others, glowed with a soft blue light. This light was faint, barely noticeable, but the old man saw it and understood that a new, unknown power was beginning to grow inside the puppy, one that could change the fate of those around him.
Chapter 5.
The clear autumn day was filled with freshness and tranquility. The trees in the forests had not yet turned yellow. Their greenery was just beginning to gradually shift to shades of gold. Meadows covered with shrubs stretched along the road on which the trade caravan moved. It was a long line of wagons laden with goods and riders leading their horses with a confident stride. The wagons were covered with canvas awnings, under which bundles of goods, barrels of wine, and crates of exotic merchandise brought from distant lands were visible. Some of the merchants and guards were engaged in casual conversations, while others scanned the surroundings, keeping a vigilant eye on the road. At the rear of the caravan rode a knight in black armor. His armor was unusual. It didn't just absorb sunlight, it seemed to drink it in, creating an aura of darkness around him. Engraved on the chest plate was the symbol of a wolf, giving him an even more menacing appearance. The knight wore a helmet he never removed, concealing his face. Now he lay on the wagon, casually staring at the cloudless sky. At the reins of this wagon sat a blind old man dressed in simple gray clothing and a straw hat. Beside him sat a young girl in knightly armor, clearly eager to embrace the role of protector. In her hands was a puppy that had grown noticeably over the past few weeks and now barely fit in her arms. The puppy had begun to sprout two small horns that jutted slightly forward, and its once blue fur was gradually lightening to a more sky-like hue. A donkey trudged alongside the wagon, tethered by its bridle. From time to time, it brayed, irritating its owner. It had been 2 weeks since Richard joined this caravan. They met him on the road to the southern city of Calaras, known for its vast markets and magical workshops. The caravan master, upon seeing such an imposing giant, decided to hire him as a guard, offering transport and sustenance. Richard agreed without hesitation. The journey was long and the offer was both convenient and profitable. Since then, they had traveled together, and fortunately, no attacks had occurred during that time. Everything had been quiet and peaceful, gradually easing Richard's vigilance. Now he lay on the wagon, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. His attention was drawn to a conversation between his companions, the blind old man Balthazar and the young girl Agna, who dreamed of becoming a knight. "It's good that you have a dream. But why did you decide to become a knight?" asked the monk, urging the mule that pulled the wagon with a sharp crack of the whip. Agna, stroking Enzio, thought for a moment as if recalling something, then, gazing at the meadows beside the road, replied, "I suppose my uncle had a great influence on me. To me, he was the best person in the world. He always played with me and told stories about knights. He was a knight himself, serving my father. But one day, he died in a duel. Since then, the idea of becoming a knight and protecting ordinary people, like the heroes from legends fulfilling my uncle's dream, has taken root in my mind." The monk nodded thoughtfully and responded, "You know that female knights are not welcomed in these lands. Only one lady knight was ever recognized by all. Miliana," Agna interrupted with passion in her voice. "Exactly," the monk continued. "But that was an exception. In our order of the moon goddess, female knights are commonplace. It's the only order that accepts warrior women. Other orders accept women only as mages, thieves, or assassins, and in other specific specializations. But warrior women exist only with us. I would suggest you join us." Agna pondered his words, and after some thought said, "That's a good offer. I'll consider it." The caravan continued its journey, and it seemed that nothing could disturb the peace and tranquility of this autumn day. But suddenly, an arrow whistled past the monk, embedding itself in the ground near the wagon. Shouts rang out in the distance, and the guards instantly raised the alarm, warning of an impending bandit attack. Richard, wasting no time, jumped to his feet and leaped from the wagon ready for battle. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the enemy. Arrows continued to fly from the dense bushes lining the road. One flew directly at Richard, but he swiftly deflected it with his sword. The arrow spun away, and Agna, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Enzio broke free from her grasp and began running around, barking loudly. Meanwhile, Balthazar quietly murmured a spell, and the caravan slowly became enveloped in a faintly glowing magical energy. This barrier began to reflect and stop the arrows, which got stuck in it, unable to reach their targets. Soon a wild war cry echoed and bandits began to emerge from the bushes. They were poorly armed, some with swords, others with clubs. Only a few had armor. The rest looked like simple peasants forced into banditry. The battle erupted suddenly and fiercely. Richard, without hesitation, charged into the thick of the enemy, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he cut down one bandit after another. His strikes were quick and precise. With each fallen enemy, he moved to the next, leaving behind a trail of bodies. It seemed that no one could match him in this fight. His strength and experience allowed him to easily dispatch the attackers, who clearly hadn't expected to face such a formidable opponent. Inspired by his example, Agna also joined the battle, though with less confidence. Her sword met the blade of a bandit, and she struggled to hold her ground. The bandit was more experienced than she had anticipated, and every move he made forced her to exert all her strength. She blocked his strikes, but each one sent pain through her arms. Seeing her weakness, the bandit became even more aggressive, striking with increasing force. Richard, having just finished off another enemy, noticed that Agna was struggling. Her movements were unsteady, and she was barely holding onto her sword. At the last moment, when the bandit was about to deliver a decisive blow, Enzio bit into the bandit's leg, distracting him. Agna, summoning all her will, delivered a powerful counterstrike that caught the enemy off guard. Her sword pierced his defense, and the bandit collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Richard felt a sense of relief, but didn't allow himself a moment's rest. He quickly dealt with the remaining bandits, cutting them down one by one. The caravan guards, inspired by his example, fought with renewed energy, and soon no living bandits remained on the battlefield. Agna, breathing heavily, stood over her defeated foe, her hands trembling from the exertion, her sword stained with blood. She glanced at Richard, who had already finished his battle and stood among the fallen enemies, his armor smeared with blood, but his expression remained calm. Agna collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, and it seemed as if she had realized something. Richard heard her whisper quietly, "I'm too weak." She repeated it over and over, as if stuck in a state of self-deprecation. He wanted to approach her to offer words of comfort, but at that moment, the caravan master ran up to him with a frightened look on his face. He was a short, stocky man with thick dark hair that had already begun to show streaks of gray. His round face, usually cheerful and confident, now reflected fear and anxiety. He wore a dark green caftan with silver embroidery, a testament to his wealth, but now his clothes were wrinkled, and he looked flustered. Surveying the battlefield, he shook his head and said, "Hiring you, Sir Richard, was the right decision." He quickly set about instructing his men to help the wounded and drag the bodies of the fallen bandits off the road. The caravan master was clearly shaken, but he tried to maintain composure and act decisively. Meanwhile, Agna stood up, her shoulders slumped, and walked dejectedly toward Balthazar, beginning a quiet conversation with him, as if seeking comfort and understanding. Richard was helping the caravan master and his men when he suddenly felt a strange energy. The air around them grew cold, as if winter had suddenly returned to the region. Looking around, he noticed with alarm that the workers had fallen unconscious where they stood. The caravan master shrank back in fear, his face pale, his hands trembling. Richard felt a chill run down his spine and realized that something terrible was approaching, something that invoked a primal fear, making the heart stop and the legs go weak. He focused, trying to shake off the eerie sensation, when suddenly he heard the muffled sound of hooves, as if echoing in a vacuum. All the sounds around them disappeared, and it seemed as if death itself was approaching them on its grim steed. Richard looked down the road they had traveled and saw a rider. It was a knight clad in black armor, which, unlike Richard's, reflected everything around him like a dark mirror. A long red cape billowed behind him, adding to his ominous grandeur. His helmet was shaped like a demon's head, with terrifying horns and menacing features. The horse he rode looked like a living skeleton, its ribs visible through its skin, yet it was strong and sturdy. Steam puffed from the horse's nostrils, and its eyes glowed red like two burning coals. The knight rode past the caravan, paying no attention to it, as if they were mere shadows on his path. Richard glanced at Balthazar and saw that the monk was holding Agna, who had fainted. Her face was pale, and her eyes were closed. But even in this state, it seemed she could sense the approach of the dreadful rider. Enzio had hidden behind the wagon, curled up and trembling all over. As the knight passed by them, he briefly turned his head toward the monk, but his gaze was empty, as if he had noticed something insignificant, and he continued on his way, disappearing into the mist. When the rider vanished, Richard couldn't shake the sound of the hooves and the chilling cold that had gripped him. Soon the workers began to regain consciousness, looking around in confusion as if they had woken from a bad dream. Richard approached Balthazar and, seeing that the monk was also shaken, asked, "Who was that?" But Balthazar only shook his head, silently indicating that he did not know. Meanwhile, Agna had regained consciousness in the monk's arms, her eyes filled with confusion and fear, clearly not understanding what had happened. Once the workers had finished their tasks, the caravan continued on its way. Balthazar sat quietly, lost in thought. Silence reigned around them, each traveler absorbed in their own worries. An hour later, they finally saw the city ahead. From a distance, it appeared massive and majestic, despite the light haze that shrouded its walls. The city, perched on hills, was surrounded by a massive stone wall made of light limestone that gleamed brightly in the sunlight. Against the green hills, the city's walls stood out like a great bastion guarding its inhabitants. Scattered around the city were small farms and settlements, with roads leading to the main gates. In the distance, tall towers rose above the city walls, serving both for defense and for observing the surrounding area. In the center of the city, a majestic castle loomed, its towers reaching into the sky. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings, giving it a noble and ancient appearance. Beyond the castle, the roofs of houses could be seen, arranged in neat rows as if the city had been built with special care for every corner. The city's streets were bustling with activity, filled with people who moved like ants in their anthill. The wind carried the faint hum of city noise, mixed with the smells of smoke, food, and the sea air, as a harbor was nearby. A river flowed through the city, emptying into the sea, creating a natural barrier and providing a vital trade route. When they reached the city gates, the caravan master approached to bid them farewell. His round face had regained its confident expression, and he bowed to Richard. "Thank you for your service," he said warmly. "You saved our caravan, and we are indebted to you. If our paths ever cross again, know that the doors of my home will always be open to you." Richard nodded, accepting his words, and replied, "I was glad to help. May your journeys be safe." They exchanged a few short farewells, after which the caravan master headed back to his men, while Richard, Balthazar, and Agna entered the city through the massive wooden gates reinforced with iron. The city greeted them with the hum of the crowd and a lively atmosphere. Everywhere they looked, life was in full swing. The narrow streets were crowded with people, merchants shouting about their goods in the busy markets, residents hurrying about their business, children playing by the fountains, and craftsmen working, repairing wagons and shoeing horses. The air was thick with a mixture of aromas, the smells of roasted meat, fresh bread, spices, and smoke combined to create the unique atmosphere of a southern city. Their goal was to find the mage Arden, who might help Richard lift the curse. But in a city this vast, it was no easy task. Balthazar suggested they search for him at the Mages Guild. He knew the way, having visited the city many times, and led the way. As they approached the Mage District, the streets began to change in appearance. The narrow alleys widened, and the cobblestones became smoother and more orderly. The buildings here were more imposing. Tall stone structures with carved facades and grand arches. Some of the buildings had brightly painted doors with stained glass windows that shimmered with soft light. Magic was felt everywhere. Street lamps burned without any visible source of flame, and in the shop windows, one could see floating books and glowing crystals. Walking through the streets, they saw many students and mages dressed in long robes of different colors, symbolizing their specializations. Some stood at the doors of their workshops, discussing complex magical formulas. while others hurried about their business, carrying scrolls or alchemical vials in their hands. The air was filled with the scent of herbs, oils, and something subtly mysterious. The main attraction of the district was the tall tower of the Mages Guild, which soared above all other buildings. Its walls were made of light gray stone that changed color depending on the time of day and weather. At the top of the tower was a massive crystal that emitted a soft light, illuminating the surroundings and serving as a beacon for all who came to this area. As they approached the tower, they noticed several small squares surrounded by shops and workshops. Here, all sorts of magical items were sold, from amulets and enchanted weapons to rare ingredients for spells. The trio paused for a moment at one such shop, where an old merchant was demonstrating floating, glowing orbs to customers. The orbs changed shape and color according to the owner's wishes. "This area is very different from the rest," Agna observed, looking around. "This is where knowledge and power are concentrated," Balthazar replied. "The Mages Guild controls many of the city's affairs, and their influence extends far beyond its borders." They continued on their way, heading deeper into the district. The further they went, the more refined the architecture became. The buildings here were adorned not only with stone carvings, but also with magical symbols etched directly onto the walls. In some places, statues of ancient mages and sorcerers were installed on the facades, each holding a symbol of their power, a staff, a book, or a crystal. Soon, the trio found themselves in a spacious square dominated by a majestic building reminiscent of a town hall, with high arches and massive columns. This was the reception hall of the Mages Guild, the heart of the magical district. All around, people bustled about, each hurrying on their own errands. Mage apprentices with books in hand, couriers quickly delivering scrolls, and senior mages in bright robes discussing magical theories. Agna and Richard, awed by the scale and grandeur of the building, couldn't help but continually glance around, taking in everything. Enzio, their faithful puppy, happily ran around, sniffing everything and enjoying life. Upon entering the building, they saw a long line leading to one of the reception windows. They had no choice but to join the end of it. The line moved slowly, and Richard, growing impatient, thought they would be stuck here for a long time. But suddenly an old man in a robe passing by exclaimed loudly, "Balthazar, my old friend, is that you?" The monk instantly recognized him and responded with joy. "Archibald, it's been so long." They embraced warmly and exchanged greetings like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Archibald was an elderly mage with a long gray beard, his eyes shining with wisdom and kindness. Beside him stood a young man in glasses and a robe, holding a large book. "What brings you to our lands?" Archibald asked, looking at Balthazar with interest. The monk explained that they had an important matter, and the mage, without further questions, invited them to his office. The young mage, following his mentor, led the trio to a staircase at the edge of the reception hall, leading to the upper floors of the building. They ascended the wide marble steps, which creaked underfoot, and soon found themselves in Archibald's spacious office. The office was decorated with antique furniture, and the walls were lined with shelves filled with books and scrolls. In one corner stood a large table covered with numerous magical artifacts, and in the center of the room hung a crystal ball emitting a soft blue glow. A large window let in light, illuminating the room, with a view of the city outside. Archibald sat behind a massive oak desk and offered Balthazar a seat across from him. Richard remained standing next to Agna. The young assistant stood by Archibald, awaiting his orders. "So, what brings you to our humble abode?" Archibald asked, folding his hands on the table. "We need to speak with the Mage Ardan," Balthazar replied. "Could you tell us how to find him?" The old mage frowned for a moment, thinking, then quietly said, "The thing is, no one has seen him for a long time. We tried looking for him, but all we found was a note in his office saying he was heading north in search of a snow lotus. We haven't heard from him since. You see, Arden was always a troublemaker, constantly blowing things up, bringing in dangerous creatures, causing problems. He never stayed in one place. His absence has been a relief for us, and honestly, no one is in a hurry to find him. What business do you have with him? Maybe I can help out of old friendship?" Archibald offered. "We need advice on lifting a curse," the monk replied. Archibald scratched his head and sighed. Damn, Arden would have been just the one for that. He was an expert in such matters. I know another mage, but he lives to the east in Nocturne. If you'd like, I can give you his address and write a letter of recommendation." Archibald took out parchment and a quill, quickly wrote a letter and handed it to Balthazar. They reminisced for a short while, sharing memories of old times. After thanking the old mage, they said their goodbyes and left. Richard walked, brooding over how things never seemed to go right the first time. As they were untying their animals at the stables, the young mage who had been with Archibald suddenly approached them. They looked at him in confusion, expecting him to deliver some message from the old mage. However, the young man cautiously looked around, checking to see if anyone was watching them, then whispered, "I know where Arden really is." His words sparked surprise and wariness. The mage gestured for them to follow, and the trio, intrigued by his statement, followed him. Soon they found themselves in a narrow, deserted alley. The mage looked around once more, making sure no one was eavesdropping, and introduced himself. "My name is Jenner. I used to be Arden's assistant. Everyone says he left, but I'm sure he was kidnapped." After these words, he looked intently at the trio, awaiting their reaction. Agna, puzzled by his words, asked, "Why are you so sure?" The young man adjusted his glasses and replied, "A few days before his disappearance, some suspicious people came to see the master. They wanted something from him, argued, and threatened him, but Arden flatly refused to help them. The next day, he disappeared, leaving behind a suspicious note. I told the guild masters about it, but they refused to listen to me. I suspect that the guild's leadership is somehow connected to these dark figures. Here, I drew a sketch of one of those men." He pulled out a parchment from under his robe, depicting a bald man with an eye patch. Richard, looking at the drawing, thought the man resembled a typical bandit. He took the parchment and, turning to Balthazar, asked, "How can we find him?" The monk nodded thoughtfully and replied, "For that, we need to go to the Adventurers Guild and submit a request." Jenner offered to accompany them and show the way, which the trio gladly accepted. They moved through the bustling streets of the city, where crowds of people hurried about their business. The mage led them confidently through winding streets until they reached their destination. The Adventurers Guild building was imposing and massive. Its facade was made of dark stone, and the doors were of oak, reinforced with iron, with carvings depicting scenes of heroic deeds. Around the building there was a constant flow of people, from sturdy warriors in armor to mysterious mages and nimble thieves. At the entrance stood several guards in matching uniforms, watching who entered and exited. Inside, they found themselves in a spacious hall filled with the hum of voices and noise. People were discussing quests, haggling over rewards, and striking deals. Along the wall stood bulletin boards covered with notices of jobs and searches, while in the center of the hall was a large table where guild employees registered requests and handed out assignments. Jenner approached the registration desk, where a young woman with long chestnut hair braided into a plait sat. She wore a neat tunic and kept a keen eye on the visitors. "How may I help you?" she asked with a smile, glancing at Jenner and his companions. "We'd like to submit a request to find a person," he replied, showing her the drawing. The woman looked at the parchment and, nodding, said, "The standard fee for a request is 500 crowns. But if you want to expedite the search, it's better to increase the amount to 2,000 crowns. Richard glanced at Balthazar, unsure if they should accept the offer. The monk, noticing his hesitation, nodded confidently and said, "We have enough money." The monk pulled out a pouch of coins and counted out the necessary sum. The woman smiled as she accepted the money, then handed them a token and asked, "Where will you be staying?" The trio shrugged, not having an answer to that question. The woman then suggested, "There's a decent inn nearby. I recommend you stay there. A courier will deliver the search results to that location." They thanked her and left the guild, heading toward the recommended inn. The establishment turned out to be a cozy 2-story house with wooden walls and a red-tiled roof. Inside, it was warm and inviting, with the scent of fresh bread and herbs in the air. They rented 3 rooms, each simply but tastefully furnished. Settling in, the trio prepared to wait for the search results. Days passed, and each day Jenner visited the trio, awaiting news about the search. Gradually, they grew closer, and the young mage began to show them around the city, sharing stories and legends associated with the place. Agna, Richard, and Balthazar listened to his tales, immersing themselves in the rich history and magic of the city. One evening, as they were returning to the inn, the monk rode his donkey while Agna led her horse. Enzio, who had grown noticeably larger, ran alongside, sniffing around. His sudden growth puzzled the trio, and Richard wondered if it had something to do with the strange acorn the puppy had swallowed a few days ago. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. A sudden and powerful earthquake struck. The entire street trembled, buildings creaked, and the cobblestones of the road began to separate. People around them screamed, struggling to keep their balance. Street lamps swayed, threatening to fall from their chains. Dust filled the air, blocking out the light, and cracks spread across the pavement. When the earthquake finally subsided, they looked at each other in fear. It seemed as though nothing more would happen, and they all sighed in relief. But then loud cries echoed throughout the area. Animals began to act strangely. Agna's horse neighed loudly, reared up, and started kicking wildly. It broke free from her grasp and galloped away, ignoring her shouts to return. Enzio also became agitated, barking and running in circles before sitting down and howling, though he did not attempt to flee. The monk's donkey brayed loudly, looking at its master as if trying to say something, but then it, too, calmed down. Richard looked around and noticed animals all over the city starting to scatter. Birds took to the sky, hurrying to leave the city as if sensing an impending threat. A chill ran down Richard's spine. There was something ominous about these events, as if nature was warning of an approaching disaster. The monk frowned, thoughtfully surveying the scene, and quietly said, "I need to visit my order. Stay here and wait for me." He quickly mounted his donkey and rode off, leaving Richard, Agna, and Jenner in confusion. They headed to the inn, but as they were about to enter, they heard a piercing scream. A woman walking ahead of them screamed, and the trio saw a swarm of cockroaches crawling out of the inn, rushing to escape the building. Behind them, mice and rats scurried out, as if fleeing from something even more terrifying. "I have a bad feeling about this," Agna said, glancing around. "Maybe we should leave this place too?" But Richard shook his head, "We should do as the monk instructed. We'll wait here." They entered the inn and waited. Half an hour later, they felt faint tremors again, seemingly coming from beneath the ground. It felt as if something enormous was breaking through the earth. And at that moment, a deafening crash echoed through the room. A hole appeared in the center of the hall, and from it emerged a strange creature resembling a mole, but with rows of huge, sharp teeth that gleamed in the dim light of the inn. Richard immediately grabbed his sword, ready for battle, but despite its terrifying teeth, the creature appeared frightened. It quickly darted toward the exit, trying to flee the inn. Agna, without hesitation, chased after it. Bursting onto the street, she saw the mole-like creature racing toward the city gates, tearing up the ground as it went. All of this seemed suspicious and a bit frightening. While they awaited Balthazar's return, the inn's door suddenly burst open, and a girl dressed like a typical adventurer rushed in. She wore light leather armor, a hooded cloak, and several daggers strapped to her belt. She quickly scanned the room and, upon spotting Richard, confidently approached him. "Are you Richard?" she asked. "I'm from the Adventurers Guild. We've completed your request." Richard, Agna, and Jenner immediately tensed and jumped to their feet. "Lead the way," Richard said without wasting time. They didn't wait for Balthazar's return, and grabbing their belongings, hurried after the girl. She led them through the winding streets of the city, skillfully maneuvering between people and shops as if she knew every corner of the place. The streets grew narrower, the buildings older, and fewer people were around. It seemed they were moving farther away from the bustling central districts. Finally, they arrived at an unassuming house on a quiet street. The house was old, with peeling paint on the shutters and a sagging roof. The girl stopped, pointed at the house, and said, "I saw the man enter here. He hasn't left since." They quickly set up a watch, hiding nearby behind the corner of another building. Richard asked her to inform Balthazar of their location, paying her extra for the task. The girl nodded and swiftly disappeared into the alleyways, leaving the trio to wait. Time passed slowly, but they patiently kept watch on the house. The sun had begun to set when the girl returned, leading Balthazar, who rode on his donkey. The monk looked them over, and upon learning that the man had not yet left the house, prepared for the next steps. They continued to wait, but not for long. Soon the front door of the house swung open, and the man they sought, the bald man with the eye patch, appeared on the doorstep. He scanned the surroundings as if checking to see if he was being watched, then began descending the steps to the street, heading east. They followed him, keeping a safe distance to avoid being noticed. The man walked quickly and confidently, knowing the way. He led them to the central square, where he suddenly turned into a narrow alley. The streets here were cramped, and the sparse lanterns barely lit the path. They watched as the man approached a manhole cover, lifted it, and quickly descended underground. The trio and Jenner exchanged glances, understanding that they had no choice but to follow him. They couldn't bring the donkey with them, so Balthazar quietly whispered something into his faithful companion's ear. The donkey brayed as if understanding the command, then trotted off, disappearing into the darkness. The monk then cast a spell, tracing a symbol on the ground that glowed with a soft light. After that, he raised his hand skyward, and a magical signal shot into the sky, bursting in a bright flash like a firework. It was a sign for someone that they were there. With that, the trio and Jenner began their descent into the darkness of the sewer. After climbing down the ladder, they found themselves in a grim tunnel, filled with the stench of mold and dampness. The light from Jenner's torch barely cut through the darkness, which seemed to swallow them whole. The tunnel walls were covered in slime, and dirty water trickled along the floor. The sound of dripping water and the rustling of small creatures echoed around them. They carefully followed the man, trying not to make any noise. Soon they reached a fork in the tunnel and noticed that there was another passage leading downward. The man descended, and they followed, feeling the darkness and cold deepen around them. After traversing the narrow corridor, they found themselves before an enormous chamber, so vast that its size seemed unreal for an underground structure. The ceiling was so high it vanished into the darkness, and the walls were lined with smooth stone embedded with glowing stones. These stones emitted a soft but eerie light, illuminating the chamber and giving it a mystical atmosphere. In the center of the chamber stood a giant statue of a demon, crafted with terrifying realism. Its stone eyes seemed alive, and its curved horns reached upward, looming over the figures standing at its base. Around the statue was a circle inscribed with ancient runes and symbols. Inside this circle stood robed figures, chanting something in an unfamiliar ancient language. Their voices blended into a single hum, echoing throughout the chamber. From various corners of the chamber, more robed figures approached the circle, joining the ritual. Richard, Agna, Jenner, and Balthazar, seeing what was happening, quickly hid behind one of the massive stone outcrops, observing the scene. Richard squinted and noticed a man near the statue dressed in a mage's robe. He was chained by the leg to the base of the statue and looked exhausted but focused. His eyes reflected worry and fatigue. Richard turned to Jenner and quietly asked, "Is that Arden?" Jenner, peering closely, nodded, his face etched with concern. "Yes, that's him. They're keeping him prisoner." The ritual continued, and Richard noticed that Balthazar was growing increasingly nervous. The monk kept glancing around as if expecting something or someone. "What's wrong?" Richard asked, sensing the tension. "Something terrible is happening here," Balthazar whispered. "They're trying to summon a creature from another dimension. We must stop this, but I'm waiting for reinforcements." They sat in tense anticipation when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor they had entered. Soon, figures clad in dark robes bearing crescent moon symbols appeared before them. These were members of the Order of the Lunar Night. Leading the group were monks, focused and ready for action, their hands already beginning to shimmer with magical energy. Behind them came knights clad in silvery armor, among whom were women. Each was armed with a sword or spear, their faces resolute, their eyes burning with determination. These warriors were renowned for their bravery and loyalty to the Order, and they were preparing for battle. From the other side of the chamber, another group emerged. From a different passage, members of the Order of the Blazing Light appeared. Their armor gleamed as if made of gold, and the sun symbols on their cloaks reflected the light, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Among them were both knights and monks, armed with staves and swords. This was an order famous for its victories over dark forces, and their presence inspired confidence. As both groups converged in the chamber, the attack began. The monks were the first to act, raising their hands and unleashing powerful magical projectiles toward the cultists. The spells struck the protective barriers that the cultists had started to create with a deafening crash. But under the onslaught of powerful magic, the barriers cracked and shattered. Bright flashes of light illuminated the chamber, revealing the faces of the enemies and turning the darkness into bright day. The knights, not waiting for the end of the magical assault, charged forward with their weapons drawn. They plunged into the thick of the enemies, meeting resistance. But their strength and resolve knew no bounds. The blades of their swords flashed in the magical light, cutting down cultists and knocking them off their feet. The warriors of the Order of the Lunar Night and the Order of the Blazing Light fought side by side, displaying exceptional skill and unity in battle. The cultists, realizing that their ritual was in danger, began to panic, desperately strengthening their defensive barriers and summoning dark forces, but the attack was too overwhelming. The monks continued to bombard them with magical projectiles, breaking each new barrier, while the knights broke through the ranks of enemies, leaving them no chance of escape. Seeing the battle intensify, Richard shouted, "We have to save the mage! Forward!" With those words, he charged into the fray, leading Agna and Jenner. They fought their way through the chaos, cutting down enemies with their weapons. The hooded figures seemed to spring from nowhere, trying to stop them. Richard slashed them down with his sword, advancing until he came face to face with the bald man with the eye patch. Their eyes locked, and the bandit lunged at Richard with a cry. However, Richard, without pausing, struck him down with a powerful blow, sending his body crashing to the ground in a lifeless heap. When they reached Arden, the mage looked at them in surprise. His gaze lingered on Jenner, and he finally recognized his former apprentice. "You came for me," Arden said, looking them over. "But you must stop the ritual quickly. Those 4 around the statue, they're the leaders. Kill them or we're all doomed." Richard nodded and, without wasting time, charged toward the cultists standing around the demon statue, following the mage's instructions. Agna and Jenner stayed by Arden's side, trying to free him from the chains that held him, while Balthazar headed toward another cultist to stop the ritual. As Richard advanced toward his target, he suddenly felt a chilling cold that seemed all too familiar. Glancing back, he saw the same knight they had encountered earlier. The Black Rider, whose armor gleamed with a sinister sheen, was rapidly closing in on his fearsome horse. Realizing that a confrontation was inevitable, Richard turned to face him, ready to take the blow. The knight swung his massive sword, and when Richard met the strike, he felt an overwhelming force and unbearable pain that hurled him far back. Tumbling across the ground, he struggled to his feet, focusing on the figure of his opponent. The Black Knight slowly removed his helmet and hung it on his saddle, revealing a horrifying sight. Where his head should have been, there was only a skull with burning red eyes that glowed like smoldering coals inside the bony sockets. The skeletal knight raised his sword again and charged at Richard, his presence instilling fear even in the bravest of warriors. But this time, Richard didn't take the blow head-on. He dodged at the last moment and swung his sword at the horse's legs. The strike was true. The horse stumbled and crashed to the ground, flipping over with the knight. A thunderous crash echoed through the chamber as the knight fell. The skeletal knight rose slowly, his burning eyes blazing with fury. He stepped forward, advancing straight toward Richard, who tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for the next clash. Meanwhile, Balthazar had engaged in battle with another mage, whom he recognized as the head of the Mages Guild. This mage was defending the cultists and the ritual. Struggling to understand how he could have betrayed his ideals, Balthazar exclaimed, "How could you turn to the dark side?" The mage, with a smirk on his face, replied, "You know me, Balthazar. I've always sided with the victors. This time, humanity will lose. I have seen the power of the Overlord and realized there's no point in resisting. I suggest you bow to him as well." The monk spat in response to these words, and pulling out a deck of cards began shuffling them in his hands. The cards ignited with lunar flame, and glowing brightly flew toward the mage. The battle between them began with a fierce exchange of spells and magical attacks. Balthazar's cards, infused with the power of the moon, created a veil of light and destructive enchantments, But the guild mage was equally formidable. He summoned powerful barriers and unleashed waves of fire and darkness, repelling the monks' attacks. The duel was intense, their powers evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Their spells collided, exploding in bright flashes and thunderous roars. Each blow sent them reeling back, but they returned to the fray, knowing that the victory of one would determine the outcome of the battle. Richard, glancing at Balthazar's fight, knew their time was running out. He had to stop the cultists, or the ritual would be completed, and the forces of darkness would consume everything. Gathering all his willpower, Richard raised his sword and, gritting his teeth, charged at the skeleton knight. He poured all his strength into the strike, but the skeletal knight, as if unfazed by his efforts, simply raised his sword and deflected the attack. To Richard, it felt as though he had struck a mountain. The difference in their strength was staggering. The impact sent his sword flying from his hands, and Richard staggered, barely keeping his footing. The skeleton knight gave him no respite. His attacks were swift and precise. Richard tried to defend himself, but each blow from his opponent was like a hammer, shattering his defense. The fight dragged on, but Richard's strength waned rapidly, while the skeleton knight seemed to grow faster and more relentless. Every strike left new dents and scratches on Richard's armor, and every clash sent pain shooting through his body. At one point, Richard realized he could no longer continue the fight. His movements slowed. His strikes lost their accuracy. The skeleton, seeing his opponent weakening, took a decisive step forward. He swung his sword with incredible speed and force, and Richard couldn't dodge in time. With one blow, the knight severed Richard's right arm, leaving him defenseless. Pain shot through his body as blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. The skeleton didn't stop there. His empty eye sockets, glowing with red fire, radiated malevolent determination. With a second strike, he severed Richard's left arm, then, as if toying with him, cut off his legs. Richard collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely, barely clinging to consciousness. The pain was unbearable, his mind slipping away, and his body refused to obey. At that moment, a wild roar echoed through the chamber, making the walls tremble. From deep within the demon statue came the booming sound of drums. The statue, resembling a massive bull with curved horns, came to life. The demon struck its chest with a thunderous blow, and its eyes lit up with a bright, blood-red glow. The chamber was filled with a terrifying aura that made the blood in their veins run cold. Balthazar, seeing this, sighed heavily and whispered, "It's too late." The cultists in the chamber, realizing that their ritual had succeeded in awakening the demon, began to flee in panic. Some vanished using teleportation, while others ran in terror, abandoning their comrades. The drumbeats grew louder, ominously heralding the awakening of an ancient evil. Arden, finally freed from his chains, rushed to Richard's side with Agna and Jenner. They found him lying on the ground, bleeding out, his eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. The skeletal knight had already disappeared, leaving behind only destruction and pain. Balthazar approached his wounded friend, his face filled with sorrow. Arden, panicking, shouted that they needed to flee immediately while they still had time. But Richard, mustering his last bit of strength, asked him, "How do I lift the curse?" Agna, desperate, removed Richard's helmet, revealing his wolf-like face to Arden. The mage, shocked by what he saw, paused for a moment, then quietly said, "You must go north, to the Lone Mountain. There lives a dragon named Agnos. He guards an ancient sword that is said to lift any curse. Perhaps that sword can help you." Hearing these words, Richard felt a faint spark of hope. but his strength was fading, and the world around him began to dim. Agna, with trembling hands, held him close, feeling the life slipping away from his body. Balthazar, surveying the chamber and noticing Richard's severed limbs, wasted no time. He ordered Agna and Jenner to retrieve them. Though they didn't understand his intent, they hurried to follow his instructions. The monk concentrated, uttering an ancient incantation, and carefully placed Richard's limbs back where they belonged. Agna and Jenner watched in disbelief as something miraculous happened. Richard's limbs began to reattach to his body, muscles and bones rapidly regenerating, and his skin healed as if the wounds had never existed. Within minutes, Richard's body was whole again. Richard, regaining his senses, raised his hand and examined it in astonishment, unable to believe what had happened. He remembered his extraordinary regenerative ability, which had saved him in battles before, but now it had manifested in full force. His mind struggled to process what had just occurred, but there was no time for reflection. As the drumming intensified, echoing dully in their hearts, the demon, still pounding its chest, gradually took on a sinister red hue. Its body glowed with a bright, bloody light, and it seemed as though it could break free from its stone prison at any moment. Seeing this, Arden panicked and said, "If we don't escape now, we'll all die. I only have enough mana left to teleport one person." His gaze shifted from Jenner to Richard, and with a pained expression he added, "Take care of my apprentice." With those words, he disappeared in a flash of teleportation, leaving the others to face their fate. Richard, barely standing, looked at Balthazar and asked, "What do we do?" The monk wasted no time. He quickly commanded his warriors and monks of the Order of the Lunar Night to gather around. They formed a circle, raising their hands and chanting incantations. On the other side of the chamber, the knights and monks of the Order of the Blazing Light did the same. The air filled with magical energy, and the words of the spells blended into a single stream that made the ground beneath them vibrate. When the spells were completed, a bright flash erupted, and in the next instant, they were all enveloped in a blinding light. The space around them contracted, then expanded again, and they were transported away from the chamber. They found themselves outside in the open air. A cold wind blew around them, and it was already deep into the night. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of grass. In the distance, the lights of the city could be seen, its silhouettes fading into the twilight. The group stood on a hill overlooking the city. They had been saved, but the realization of what had just happened had yet to sink in. Agna, Jenner, and Richard, breathing heavily, stood next to Balthazar, looking around in shock. Suddenly, without warning, a deafening explosion shook the ground beneath them. They all instinctively turned toward the city and saw an enormous wave of red energy spreading out, consuming everything in its path. The shock wave reached them in an instant, hitting them with a powerful gust of wind that knocked them off their feet. They fell to the ground, shielding themselves with their arms, trying to protect themselves from the invisible threat. When they finally dared to lift their heads, they were met with a horrifying sight. Where the city had once stood, there was now a massive crater. Everything was destroyed, and above the crater hung a menacing symbol, a blood-red eye with a diamond-shaped pupil, formed from dense crimson mist. This symbol, like a reminder of the dark power that had been unleashed, slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a cold emptiness. Balthazar, realizing the full horror of what had happened, fell to his knees. His face contorted with pain and sorrow as he understood that all the city's inhabitants had perished in the terrible explosion. In a hollow voice, as if making a vow, he muttered, This is the beginning of war. Richard, still kneeling, was in shock. He knew that without Balthazar's magic, they too would have died in that horrific event. Jenner, who had fallen nearby, was weeping, mourning the friends and comrades he had lost in the city. Agna clutched Enzio tightly, the pup whimpering softly, sensing the horror and grief that enveloped everyone around him. It was a devastating blow, and no one knew how humanity would recover from it. For a while they sat in silence, watching what remained of the city. Thoughts of what they could have done differently swirled in their minds, but it no longer mattered. The lives of hundreds had been erased in an instant, and they were left as helpless witnesses to the catastrophe. Suddenly the silence was broken by a familiar cry. It was the donkey, joyfully running toward them, wagging its tail as if nothing had happened. As he quickly approached, his unexpected appearance brought an involuntary smile to everyone's face. Balthazar, seeing his faithful companion, called out, "King, over here!" These words surprised Richard and Agna, as it was the first time the monk had revealed the donkey's name. The name King startled them all, but in this grim setting it brought a bit of light and warmth. The donkey trotted up to Balthazar, jumping around happily and shaking his head as if trying to cheer up his master. Balthazar, climbing onto the donkey's back, said, "We need to go." "But where?" Agna asked, her voice still trembling. "We head north, in search of the sword," the monk replied, his voice filled with determination. "But first, we'll stop in Amelia. The main temple of the moon goddess is there. We must visit it on the way." Richard looked at Balthazar and understood that the old man was not only concerned about the fate of the world, but also about him. He nodded, agreeing with the plan, and tightened his grip on his sword. They cast one last look at the place where the city had once stood, and, filled with resolve and sorrow, set off on their journey, knowing that new trials and battles awaited them ahead.